majula, koki majula, nyaki majula. Burburu minna ni katu minna. Nyongolo koba ni koba sanjigi, birata boni tabayenge. Ah, jula bena jula lema.
Julayana, jula kela bana ya nyonte Julayana. Julayana, jula musula bana ya nyonte Julayana. Julayana bana ya ti, Julayani bana ya no. Foroyamu bana ya ti, unani bana ya tatu kare foroya. Beteyamu bana ya ti, ninya tuna molo bema. Nana yamu bana ya ti, ninya fuarolu ma dunia. Ningala ye hade budela isine ma molo bema. Nana yana, mansaya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, kanna ya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, foroya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, julaya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, nana ya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, madiya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana, nana ya unin bana ya ya. Nana yana. Banaya, jula musoye banaya. Banaya, jula foroye banaya. Banaya, banaya, jula manola banaya. Banaya, banaya, jula musoye banaya. Banaya, jula tingeye banaya. Musole kabana banaya. Jula mangala banaya. Musole kabana banaya. Jula kendoye banaya. Musole kabana banaya. Jula balala banaya. Banaya, jula subena banaya. Banaya, jula hadema banaya. Banaya bu banaya ti.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. The Commission would start its meeting. Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates representing the state parties, NHRIs and civil society organizations, distinguished members of the Secretariat, the interpreters, I would like to greet all of you and wish you an excellent week. I would also like to welcome you to day 8 of our session. I will now give the floor to the SDC to share with us the agenda for today's meeting.
SCC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning, distinguished participants. The agenda for today is as follows. We will start with the state report of the Republic of Kenya between 9 a.m. up until 12:30 p.m. today, and thereafter we will receive the intersession reports of Honorable Commissioners. We will have the intersession reports of the chairperson of the working group on death penalty and extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings and enforced disappearances in Africa, who is also the Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission. We'll have the report of the chairperson of the working group on extractive industries as well. And at the end of the day, the Commission would go into a private session, a closed session, to have the meeting of the working group on communications. I thank you, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, STC. Je point inscrit à l'ordre.
We will embark on the first item on the agenda, on the consideration of the country report of the Republic of Kenya. It is a pleasure to receive today the delegation from the Republic of Kenya, which is here to present its report on account of Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which, as you all know, makes it mandatory to state parties for every 2 years to present before the Commission a report indicating the measures taken to give full effect to the rights guaranteed by the said charter. Lawrence Murungi Vugi, head of the delegation, we would like to welcome you as well as the other members of your delegation. And let me explain how this consideration would be rolled out. Later on, I will give the floor to the Commissioner Country Rapporteur for the introductory remarks and to welcome you on behalf of the Commission. Thereafter, I will give you the floor to do your presentation for 1 hour. At the end of your presentation, we will embark on the second phase, namely discussions between members of the Commission who in turn would ask you questions linked to the themes that they under their docket. Thereafter, we will allow you to take leave and we will give you another time to come and respond. That being said, I will give the floor to the Honorable Commissioner Solomon Airo Dorso, the Country Commissioner, for his introductory remarks.
Let me start with wishing everybody a very good morning. I would like to express my gratitude to the delegation of Kenya for affording us the opportunity to engage in an interactive dialogue on the basis of the report that is being presented under Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and review the state of implementation of the rights and freedoms enshrined in the African Charter, in the Maputo Protocol, and related human rights instruments that Kenya is a party to. I wish us all a very productive engagement, and I look forward to meaningful exchange and hopefully also an outcome that would take the state of human rights in Kenya to another level. Thank you very much, Chair, and over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Commissaire Derso.
Thank you, Commissioner Derso. The head of the Kenyan delegation, I will give you the floor, first and foremost, to introduce members of your delegation, and thereafter, your presentation for 1 hour. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to greet everybody. Good morning. Chairperson, thank you for giving my delegation the floor. I am Deputy Solicitor General, Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice, representing Honorable Attorney General Dorcas Oduor. And for this session, we have representation from various ministries and state agencies. Before I begin, allow me, Chairperson, first to congratulate those of your commissioners who were re-elected to serve the Commission for a further term. This is not only a statement of confidence, continental confidence, but also an expression of the collegiality and cordial contribution of the Commission towards the advancement of human rights on the continent. We celebrate you individually and collectively. Honorable Chairperson, Idrissa Sow, Commissioner responsible for my country, Solomon Ayele Daso, Commissioners, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and appreciation that I take the floor on behalf of the Republic of Kenya at this commemorative 87th session. I wish to convey our greetings and commend members of the Commission for your immense contribution to periodic reporting, thereby enhancing accountability for the rule of law. My country will continue to collaborate with the Commission, other organs of the African Union, other state actors, national human rights institutions, and non-state actors in preserving and defending the dignity and right of every individual. Excellencies, the delegation that I have the privilege to lead has the following members: Mr. Charles Ochende, National Police Service; Mr. James Ntabo, Ministry of Health; Mr. Jalson Makori, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions; Ms. Mary Ann Mashero, Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice; Ms. Christine Siranga, Ministry of Education; Ms. Christine Oyugi and Ms. Brenda Ondiemo, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection; Ms. Verity Mganga and Grace Mutindi, and Mr. Alsatius Njero, Ministry of Gender, Culture, and Children's Services. We welcome the constructive dialogue and spirit that marked the 71st session of the Commission considering Kenya's combined 12th and 13th periodic reports on the African Charter and the first report on the Maputo Protocol. This combined 14th periodic report and second Maputo Protocol report, which we present today, will address the progressive measures taken on implementing prior recommendations, the challenges encountered, and limitations faced by Kenya in relation to its work in advancing human rights. It reflects the deep commitment of my country to the ideals of the Charter and our firm belief that our engagement with this Commission on these reports will result in positive, constructive, and fruitful solutions to improve human rights. Chairperson, during the period Kenya domesticated, through a new law passed in 2025, the Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, ratified in 2021, translating commitment to action. Strides are being made with regards to domesticating the Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons, ratified in 2022, with the Older Persons Bill 2025 undergoing formulation. The Kenya Policy on Social Protection 2023 and a new law passed in 2025 have ensured the progressive realization of the universality principle of social protection guarantees. This will provide a framework for the administration of non-contributory social protection interventions in Kenya. To regulate and facilitate safe and productive foreign employment, Kenya adopted a national migration policy, labor migration policy 2023, the global labor migration policy 2024, and the diaspora policy 2024, opening the space for creation of opportunities for the youth and enhanced protection of migrant workers. Progress was also made in eliminating statelessness with the recognition of the Pemba, a historically stateless community, on 30th January 2023. The Refugees General Regulations 2024 were gazetted to operationalize the Refugees Act 2021, serving 800,035 refugees and asylum seekers population as at 31st December 2025. Further, Kenya implemented administrative, policy, and legislative measures for protection of all persons from discrimination and the rights of the vulnerable, with innovative funding models for concrete and tangible initiatives in social protection, affordable housing, universal health care, and access to education. To enhance oversight, transparency, and accountability, budgetary funding to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights increased significantly to Kenya shillings 432 million in the financial year 2024-2025 and 510 million in the financial year 2025-2026. Recent judiciary reforms, such as the establishment of the Judiciary Fund and the open, transparent, and competitive recruitment process for judges by the Judicial Service Commission, have further bolstered the institutional autonomy and independence of the judiciary. Other transformative reforms include the judiciary AI policy, virtual courts, mobile courts, small claims courts, and the expansion of the High Court to 46 out of the 47 counties. The extension of the National Legal Aid Service to all the 47 counties signaled steady progress towards accessible, available, and affordable justice services to the indigent across the country. Chairperson, to address claims for reparations, the Kenya National Human Rights Commission is implementing the framework for compensation and reparations to victims of human rights violations. Reflecting on the Maputo Protocol on the Rights of Women in Africa, Chairperson, Kenya made efforts to improve representation of women and inclusion in the policies, programs, and action plans of government guided by the National Action Plan 2023-2027 of the Policy on Gender and Development. Several judicial precedents have affirmed the rights of women and girls on a cross-section of issues, including personal law and sexual harassment. And responding to the emerging concerns on femicide and violence against women, the Technical Group on Gender-Based Violence, including femicide, set up by His Excellency the President, the Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to investigate and catalyze national discourse for solution building has completed its task. Chairperson, members of the Commission, I will now invite members of my delegation to present a summary of the salient priority measures, key policies, and legislative interventions pursued in an all-of-government approach to align programs with Kenya's obligation to promote, respect, and protect human rights. I thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished commissioners, on civil and political rights, Kenya has continued to undertake significant legal, institution, and policy reforms to strengthen the protection and promotion of human rights. Under Article 4 on the right to life, and in line with the Supreme Court of Kenya decision in Francis Muruatetu case, the sentencing guidelines were revised to provide for resentencing of persons previously subjected to mandatory death penalty. Resentencing reports have been prepared, while ongoing legislative reforms to remove the mandatory death sentence from the penal code are before Parliament. In the year 2023-2024 financial year, Kenya undertook far-reaching justice and clemency measures aimed at promoting rehabilitation, fairness, and progressive penal reform. Presidential clemency measures resulted in initiatives that included conditional pardons for 37 long-term offenders, commutation of 662 death sentences to life imprisonment, amnesty for 5,060 petty offenders, and resentencing of 323 death row inmates convicted of murder. Chairperson, currently approximately 150 inmates remain on death row. To strengthen police reforms, Kenya embarked on the implementation of recommendation of the 2022 Police Reforms Task Force. These reforms include the establishment of the National Police Service Leadership Academy, introduction of psychosocial support programs for the police officers, and revision of police training policies, placing greater emphasis on respect for human rights, lawful crowd control, professionalism, and accountability. Chairperson, the Independent Policing Oversight Authority has investigated thousands of complaints against police officers, referred hundreds of files for prosecution, and contributed to convictions in cases involving unlawful conduct. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is currently handling numerous cases involving allegations of extrajudicial killings and related offenses. Honorable Chairperson, on Article 5 concerning the prohibition of torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, Kenya continues to strengthen implementation of the Prevention of Torture Act through specialized prosecutor training, coordinated investigations by the ODPP, IPOA, and the National Police Service, and development of prosecutorial tools to improve handling of torture cases. On Article 9 on access to information and freedom of expression, Chairperson, Kenya expanded access to information systems by appointing information access officers in all 47 counties and strengthening compliance among public institutions. Important measures have also been introduced to enhance media freedom and journalist safety, including election coverage guidelines and media safety frameworks. Chairperson, Kenya also enacted the Access to Information General Regulations 2023, developed implementation tools and model county laws, and published simplified ATI materials in English and Kiswahili. A draft national access to information policy is awaiting the cabinet approval. Chairperson, under Article 10 on freedom of association, The Constitution of Kenya protects the rights of peaceful assembly and association. Kenya operationalized the Public Benefits Organizations Act in 2024, providing a stronger legal framework for civil society organizations. Investigations into the allegations of excessive force during the July 2024 protests are ongoing. With respect to Article 11 on freedom of religion and belief, Kenya continues to uphold constitutional guarantees on religious freedom, while also strengthening oversight of religious organizations following concerns arising from the Shakahola tragedy. Kenya remains committed to protecting freedom of religion and belief as guaranteed under the Constitution. At the same time, the government has taken steps to address concerns rising from fraudulent and extremist religious practices while safeguarding legitimate religious freedoms. In this regard, the proposed Religious Organizations Bill 2024 and the draft Religious Organization Policy seek to strengthen oversight, accountability, and regulation of religious institutions, particularly in addressing fraudulent or unregistered organizations. These reforms are intended to enhance public protection while ensuring that constitutionally protected religious freedoms continue to be respected and upheld. Chairperson on the rights of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and migrants, Kenya continues to host 835,793 registered refugees, 74%, and asylum seekers 26%, with the two main camps having 406,725 in Dadaab and 225,701 in Kakuma. 14% of the refugees. 118,913 live in urban areas. To strengthen refugee protection, the Department of Refugee Services was established by the Refugee Act 2021 and related regulations. The Shirika Plan 2025 to 2036, launched on 28th of March 2025, promotes integration, self-reliance, and access to public services for refugees and host communities. Kenya has also expanded educational and healthcare support in refugee hosting areas and strengthened labor migration safeguards through bilateral labor agreements and proposed migration reforms. Thank you.
Chairperson, under Article 14, Right to Property and Housing, Kenya has made significant achievements in the housing sector. The government has completed 3,613 housing units, with about 112,405 units under construction at various stages. The affordable housing program, supported through allocation of Kenya shillings 144 billion from the affordable housing levy, created about 160,000 direct jobs and contributed to approximately Kenya shillings 71 billion to the economy through contracts from the ongoing projects. Chairperson, the 2023-2024 housing budget rose to Kenya shillings 92.5 billion from Kenya shillings 10.5 billion in the previous year, reflecting our unwavering commitment.
Please, les interprètes, s'il vous plaît. Nous n'avons plus l'interprétation. Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The 2023-2024 housing project rose to Kenya shillings 92.5 billion from Kenya shillings 10.5 billion in the previous year, reflecting our unwavering commitment to the constitutional right to adequate housing under Article 43 of our Constitution. To anchor these gains, the Affordable Housing Act 2024 was enacted to provide a framework for development and access to affordable and institutional housing. Additionally, the National Housing Policy 2016 is under review to address challenges and emerging issues within the housing sector. Collaboration with counties was enhanced through the conclusion of 31 Memoranda of Understanding to ensure the rollout of affordable and social housing across the country. Chairperson, urbanization challenges are being addressed through the second phase of the Kenya Urban Support Program. This program handles issues in urban areas prone to haphazard developments, leading to inadequate infrastructure and poor waste collection services, among others. This second phase covered 79 municipalities, incorporating 2 special municipalities of Dadaab and Kakuma. The Kenya Informal Settlements Improvement Program was completed in 33 counties, benefiting about 1 million people with upgraded roads, drainage, water, sanitation, and tenure security. These interventions have upgraded the living conditions in the slums and informal settlements. Chairperson, regarding evictions, our courts have reaffirmed that pursuant to Section 152G of the Land Laws Amendment Act 2016, due process in evictions must be followed, requiring that persons affected must receive at least a 3 months prior notice to the eviction. Moreover, the National Council on the Administration of Justice developed standard operating procedures on court-mandated evictions to strengthen interagency coordination in implementing court-ordered evictions. These procedures require full compliance with the Constitution, national legislation, and relevant human rights standards. Chairperson, in regard to environment, in 2025, Kenya convened 2 national forums to advance the Kampala Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change, and supported its expansion into Kampala Declaration Africa during the 2023 Africa Climate Summit. Chairperson, on matters relating to indigenous communities and minorities, Kenya remains committed to advancing the rights of marginalized and indigenous communities. The Minorities and Marginalized Affairs Unit, established in 2023, spearheaded the development of the national policy on ethnic minorities and marginalized communities, providing a comprehensive legal and policy framework to guarantee the protection, inclusion, and empowerment of minority and marginalized groups as enshrined in Articles 27 and 56 of the Constitution. The Ethnic Minorities and Marginalized Communities Bill 2025 is undergoing formulation. Further, the government is implementing the World Bank's Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework and the national guidelines for free prior informed consent to ensure that indigenous communities are consulted on environmental and social impacts of development projects and to enhance their participation in sustainable resource management. In conclusion, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023, amounting to Kenya shillings 10.8 billion, was enacted to provide basic services in marginalized areas. This ensured indigenous representation by allocating funds to counties for essential services. Additionally, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill 2023 established criteria for fund utilization and strengthening community involvement in development matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the right to work, regarding the right to work, Kenya made a leap in 2024 with a total of 782,300 new jobs created, reflecting a growth of 2.4%. The informal sector created 703,700 new jobs compared to 720,900,000 in 2023, accounting for 90% of all new jobs created, excluding small-scale agriculture. Employment in the modern and informal sectors excluding small-scale agriculture, went up from 20 million in 2023 to 20.8 million in 2024. In the private sector, the wage employment registered a slide in growth of 2.1% in 2024 compared to 3.3% in 2023. The private sector remains a vital engine of employment, particularly in manufacturing, agriculture, forestry, and fishing, reflecting resilience and entrepreneurial dynamism, while highlighting areas where targeted investments can yield both economic growth and social inclusion. In the public sector, the wage employment registered a growth of 3.1% in 2024 compared to 5.9% in 2023. To enhance youth employment and economic opportunities, the government has implemented several programs and policies. The Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project has benefited 76,361 youth with business startups grant in 17 counties worth 3 billion shillings, which is equivalent to 387 million US dollars. 73,316 youth were imparted with business development skills through a digital platform, and a further 9,384 youth through classroom training. Noteworthy, 49% of the beneficiaries of this program are women, and 3% of beneficiaries are people living with disabilities, enabling 87% of beneficiaries to create jobs for themselves and others. This demonstrates that with the right support, youth are not just job seekers, but also job creators. Chairperson, Kenya has also put in place various initiatives to promote economic empowerment initiatives. The Women Enterprise Fund disbursed, for instance, 27.3 billion shillings, which is equivalent to 180 million US dollars, to 155,657 women groups. While Uwezo Fund has allocated 7.5 billion, which is equivalent to 49.8 million since 2014, benefiting over 82,000 groups. The National Government Affirmative Action Fund has disbursed 16.6 billion for community-based initiatives. Affirmative procurement policies like the Access to Government Procurement Opportunities Program ensures 30% of public procurement is allocated to women, youth, and people living with disabilities. This has led to an increase in tenders awarded to youth, women, and people living with disabilities, increasing from 31,651 tenders in 2018-2019 to 37,822 tenders in 2022-2023, reflecting improved access to economic opportunities. In 2024, Kenya enhanced financial inclusion initiatives such as the Hustler Fund, which has disbursed 60 billion, equivalent to 465 million US dollars, benefiting 24.6 million Kenyans. Through the Youth Development Enterprise Fund, 89.2 million, equivalent to 695.67 US dollars in interest-free loans was allocated to 145 youth in agribusiness, disbursed for 145 agribusiness proposals and training for 780 participants, unlocking entrepreneurship at grassroots levels. These initiatives have enhanced growth in investments in digital skills and online work platforms, opening new pathways for youth, enabling them to compete in a rapidly evolving global economy. Further, the government of Kenya has rapidly expanded public sector and digital pathways into employment through the following programs: the Public Service Internship Program to equip unemployed graduates with technical, professional, and hands-on work experience within various ministries, departments, state agencies, and public universities. In 2024, 15,000 graduate interns were recruited through the program with plans for scaling up. The Presidential Digital Talent Program and Ajira Digital have created structured ICT internships and mass digital skills training that connect youth to formal sector roles and online work opportunities. Recruitment of public service graduate interns has also increased from 3,000 in the year 2022 to 15,000 in 2024, with plans to scale up to 20,000 annually. The National Youth Service continues to recruit approximately 20,000 youths annually, with a target of 100,000 youths in skilled trades in the future. Kenya has also facilitated foreign employment for 105,367 Kenyans since July 2023, with the National Employment Authority listing over 560 job openings worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding the right to health, Kenya remains committed to the Abuja Declaration, and despite budgetary constraints, continue to strengthen the human and financial resources allocated to the health sector to 8.5 in the financial year 2024-2025. To further increase health financing, the government is mobilizing additional funding through the Social Health Authority. Integration of health financing targets into the medium-term expenditure framework and the annual development plans and the county government's prioritization of budget allocation towards health. The government of Kenya has implemented a comprehensive package of intervention to realize the right to health, including the Social Health Authority Act 2023, that is Universal Health Coverage, SHIF, that's Primary Health Fund, and for direct financing of primary health facilities, the Digital Health Act 2023, to strengthen data management, planning, and policy implementation across the health sector. Facility Development Financing Act 2023, to modernize health facilities and provide for generation and retention of revenue, improve quality of services, and reduce stockout of critical medical resources. Community Health and Service Act 2023, to strengthening of community health care promoters, collaboration with global partners to transition to local vaccine and pharmaceutical manufacturing through the Kenya Biovax Institute for Health Security. These interventions, Chairperson, have had a significant impact in promoting the right to health, including Kenya's maternal mortality ratio that has declined from 488 per 100,000 live births, that is the 2014 data from the health sector, to an estimated 335.55 per 100,000 live births, reflecting sustained investment. The neonatal mortality rate stands at approximately 20 per 1,000 live births, while targeting further reduction through the Every Newborn Action Plan and the Kangaroo Mother Care Scale-Up. Free maternity services under the Linda Mama program remain operational, enabling over 1 million facility deliveries annually. Deployment of trained community health workers at the household level with an estimated 100,000 community health promoters targeted nationally. Establishment of mobile health clinics and health infrastructure in 23 arid and semi-arid lands. Urban health centers have been established in major informal settlements, including Kibera, Mathare, Korogocho, and Mukuru in Nairobi and Kisumu. Informal settlements providing primary care at subsidized rates. The Urban WASH, Water Sanitation and Hygiene Program, supporting public health infrastructure in informal settlements to reduce the burden of waterborne diseases. Mobile outreach teams providing immunization, maternal health, and chronic disease management services in informal urban settings. While Kenya has made commendable progress and is on trajectory to achieve the UNAIDS 95-95-95 targets, there are residual gaps, particularly among key populations, adolescents, and in hard-to-reach areas. Kenya is currently at 93, 92, 89. National HIV prevalence 2025 estimates stand at 4.2% among adults aged between 15 and 64 years, representing a significant decline from the peak of over 10% recorded in the mid-1990s. Women between 15 and 49 years, prevalence stands at approximately 5.4% compared to 3.1% among men of the same age group, reflecting persistent gender-based vulnerability. Youth between 15 and 24 years, prevalence is estimated at 1.6%, with young women at 2.3%, bearing a disproportionately higher burden compared to young men at 0.8%. Children between 0 and 14 years, pediatric HIV prevalence has declined to below 0.5%, attributable to the sustained scale-up of prevention of mother-to-child transmission services. Key populations, that is sex workers, register prevalence rates of approximately 29%. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished commissioners, on the right to education, over the last few years, Kenya has significantly increased investment in education, with the sector budget rising from 3.8 billion in the financial year 2021 to 5.1 billion in the financial year 2024-2025. This demonstrates the government's strong commitment to ensuring quality, inclusive, and accessible education for all Kenyans. A major milestone was achieved in September 2022 with the establishment of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms. Its recommendations are reshaping the education system across basic and tertiary levels. As a result, Kenya's learning institutions have continued to grow in both number and reach. The total number of basic learning institutions increased substantially, supported by the inclusion of junior schools. Enrollment across all education levels also recorded positive growth, with increases in pre-primary, primary, junior, and senior school enrollment. The government has also strengthened support for teachers and higher education financing. From 2023 to date, the government has employed over 100,000 teachers, with a further 16,000 expected to be employed in the financial year 2026-2027. At the same time, beneficiaries of the Higher Education Loans Board rose by more than 34%, enabling over 713,000 students to access higher education financing. Training fees in TVET institutions have also been reduced to $517, making it possible for more students to join TVET programs, and tuition fees in universities reduced by between 15% to 40%, making university education more accessible. Honorable Chairperson and distinguished commissioners, Kenya continues to make important strides towards equity and inclusion in education. The Education and Training Sector Gender Policy and the School Re-Entry Guidelines allow pregnant learners to return to school, with curricula and teacher training having been revised to promote gender-responsive learning. Scholarships such as Elimu and Ustawi programs have supported thousands of vulnerable learners and learners with disabilities. In addition, refugees are increasingly being integrated into the national education system, with camp-based schools adopting the Kenya curriculum and participating in national examinations and scholarship programs. The Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program, launched in partnership with the World Bank, is another transformative initiative aimed at addressing disparities in school participation and learning outcomes. The program is expected to benefit millions of learners, refugee children, teachers, and dependents across the country. Kenya is also embracing innovation and modernization in education. The ongoing transition to the competency-based education is equipping learners with practical skills and preparing them for a rapidly changing world. Furthermore, the launch of Kenya's first public virtual university, the Open University of Kenya, marks a major step towards expanding access to flexible and technology-driven higher education. Through initiatives such as Jitume Digital Program and investments in Konza Technopolis, the government continues to empower young people with digital skills and modern technological infrastructure, preparing them for opportunities in the digital economy. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, on the rights of the family and vulnerable groups, Kenya has made significant and measurable progress in advancing the rights of older persons, persons with disabilities, and family during the reporting period, hence reflecting our sustained commitment under the African Charter. Kenya approved the National Policy for the Promotion and Protection of the Family in October 2023, with dissemination already in reaching 30 counties. A structured review of the National Policy on Older Persons and Aging of 2018 is underway, led by a dedicated technical team to strengthen the national protection framework. The Older Persons Bill is currently undergoing processing at the Office of the Attorney General. This bill gives effect to Article 57 of the Constitution of Kenya and aligns with the AU Protocol on the Rights of Older Persons. It proposes protection against elder abuse and violence against older persons and establishes a statutory framework for their dignity, care, and access to social care services. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, on persons with disability, Kenya has made landmark strides on the rights of persons with disability through a deliberate two-tier approach, policy and legislation working in tandem. The Persons with Disabilities National Policy of 2024 provides the overarching framework for mainstreaming disability inclusion across all government sectors, programs, as well as services. It sets out the strategic direction for ensuring that ministries, departments, and agencies embed disability considerations into their planning, budgeting, and implementation. Building directly on the policy, the Persons with Disability Act of 2025 was enacting, repealing the previous act and establishing a comprehensive human rights-based legal framework fully aligned with the AU Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This act mandates accessible education, employment, healthcare, political participation and public facilities, and prescribes strict penalties for violations. By June 2025, Honorable Chairperson, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities had registered 696,708 individuals, which is a 45% increase from the previous year, improving targeting and service delivery to persons with disabilities. On social protection, Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has equally strengthened its social protection architecture through a deliberate policy to legislation sequence. The Kenya Social Protection Policy of 2023 addresses rising vulnerabilities, including those arising from the COVID-19 pandemic as well as climate-related shocks, and it aligns with the ILO Social Protection Flows Recommendation number 202 of 2012. It provides a comprehensive framework for coordinating social protection programs across the government. The Social Protection Act 2025, a landmark piece of legislation, operationalizes the Kenya Social Protection Policy of 2023, prescribing clear institutional responsibilities, program standards, and financing arrangements. This act provides a comprehensive framework for coordinating non-contributory social protection programs targeting vulnerable populations, including older persons, persons with disabilities, and is oriented towards the progressive realization of social protection interventions in Kenya. Together, the Social Protection Policy of 2023 and the Social Protection Act of 2025 constitute Kenya's most ambitious and comprehensive social protection reform to date. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, the results of the highlighted policy and legislative reforms are measurable. During the reporting period, Kenya significantly expanded coverage for vulnerable groups. Older persons supported rose from approximately 763,000 to over 1.25 million, with women consistently representing the majority of beneficiaries. Caregivers for persons with severe disability grew from 27,000 to over 662,000 households. Total allocations stood at 104.5 billion Kenya shillings for older persons and 6.1 billion Kenya shillings for persons with severe disability over the same reporting period. The Social Protection Registry, Honorable Chairperson, which is anchored in the Social Protection Act, is now operating across all 47 counties and supports a more precise identification of vulnerable persons. Kenya remains fully committed to the full realization of the older persons and persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Chairperson, Excellencies, allow me now to present the second report on the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, popularly known as the Maputo Protocol. The Republic of Kenya ratified the protocol in 2010, and through this second periodic report, it continues to reaffirm its commitment to advancing the rights, welfare, dignity, equality, security, and empowerment of women and girls. Kenya has made progress across legislative, institutional, policy, judicial, administrative, and programmatic interventions structured around the major thematic areas of the protocol. Chairperson and Excellencies, under Articles 2, 9, and 12 on equality and non-discrimination, Kenya submits that the Constitution remains the primary legal foundation for women's rights, guaranteeing equality and non-discrimination in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. The government has continued to mainstream gender as a principal strategy for eliminating discrimination against women, anchored in the National Policy on Gender and Development of 2019 and implemented through its National Action Plan of 2021 to 2025. The framework requires institutions at all levels and across all sectors to integrate gender equality principles into policies, legislation, plans, budgets, and programs. Institutionally, all arms of government have adopted and implemented gender mainstreaming policies that promote equal opportunities in recruitment, promotion, and career progression, eliminating discrimination against employees, and strengthening gender-responsive planning and evaluation in public service. Sector-specific efforts have also been undertaken, including education, tourism, energy, agriculture, defense, forestry, and the private sector, workplace policies on gender mainstreaming and gender-based violence, among other sectors. Gender mainstreaming committees have also been established to guide implementation and report on progress. Further, private sector collaboration has been greatly enhanced through initiatives such as the Kenya 2 Equal, implemented by the Federation of Kenya Employers and International Finance Corporation to reduce gender gaps in the labor market. Chairperson, on Article 8 on access to justice and equality before the law, the government of Kenya has strengthened access to justice for women and girls through judicial and institutional reforms. These include expansion of legal aid services, enhanced community legal awareness, introduction of alternative justice systems, court-annexed mediation, mobile courts, virtual courts, and e-filing systems. The reforms are targeted towards reducing barriers faced by women, especially those in rural areas and those in marginalized and vulnerable situations. To strengthen access to justice, services for survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, the government of Kenya has established 15 sexual and gender-based violence courts, currently renamed gender justice courts. While expediting trials, the courts also reinforce a survivor-centered approach that uphold rights, needs, dignity, and well-being of survivors, provide rehabilitation services, enhance protections, and also safeguard victim privacy. Administrative measures like public legal education through legal awareness weeks and other public forums have increased legal literacy and awareness on women's rights, on gender-based violence, harmful practices, and access to remedies. The courts have continued to enforce women's equality and protection from discrimination, citing the case of CMK versus Chandarana Supermarket Limited, where the court awarded compensation for sexual harassment, affirming the legal protection of women from discriminatory and degrading workplace conduct. Under Article 9 on political participation and decision-making, Chairperson, The government of Kenya has made progress in women's political participation while acknowledging the full implementation of the not more than 2/3 gender principle in parliament that still remains a challenge. Women's participation in leadership is supported through constitutional provisions, affirmative action mechanisms, institutional reforms, and ongoing legislative efforts that are being made at the country level. A major institutional measure is the establishment of the Office of the Women's Rights Advisor, responsible for advising the head of state on women's rights and empowerment, coordinating presidential special projects, and mainstreaming the women's agenda across sectors under the bottom-up economic transformative agenda and the Women's Charter. Under Article 12 on the right to education and training, the government has undertaken substantial legal, policy, and administrative measures, as we've had, to promote women and girls' education. These include implementation of the education and training sector gender policy of 2006 that was revised in 2015 and currently is also under review. The Basic Education Act of 2012, revised 2017, and the School Re-Entry Guidelines of 2020, which guarantee free and compulsory basic education. 100% transition policy of 2018, which supports learners who drop out due to pregnancy or other reasons. Others include the mentorship policy for early learning and basic education of 2019, and the model gender mainstreaming policy for TVET for 2023. Programmatic interventions include affirmative action in admission to degree programs, including lower cut-off points for female applicants, those with disabilities, those from minority and also from marginalized groups, and certain STEAM programs. Scholarships such as Elimu, Wings to Fly, MasterCard Foundation, and KCB supported initiatives, that is the Kenya Commercial Bank. Initiatives have also benefited girls who account for 55% of beneficiaries in some of these programs. The government has further implemented school feeding programs, especially in ASAL regions, benefiting over 2.2 million pupils in the 2021-2022 financial year. The Sanitary Towels Free Program, Free Sanitary Towels Program, has also been a significant administrative measure to improve school attendance, retention, and dignity for girls. Between 2011-2012 financial year and 2021-2022 financial year, approximately 3.5 billion Kenya shillings, equivalent to $27 million US, was spent on the program, reaching 12.5 million girls. And in the financial year 2023-2024 alone, the program benefited 2,293,251 girls in public, primary, and junior secondary schools. Honorable Chairperson, Articles 3, 4, and 5 on protection of women and girls from violence. The government prioritizes protection from violence and has undertaken measures to prevent and respond to gender-based violence and harmful practices. The government is currently reviewing the National Policy on Prevention and Response to Gender-Based Violence of 2014 to capture emerging trends like femicide and technology-facilitated gender-based violence. We continue to enforce measures under the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act of 2015, including the rules and guidelines to support response measures and safeguard victims of violence. At the international and policy level, Kenya made 12 commitments at the 2021 Generation Equality Forum to accelerate efforts to end gender-based violence and female genital mutilation. These commitments addressed legal and policy reforms, resource allocation, service integration, research and data, partnerships and accountability. The efforts realized strengthened budgetary allocation to GBV and FGM programming, development of GBV recovery centers and safe spaces guidelines, the waiver of P3 form fees, scaling up of the National Police Service integrated response to GBV through one-stop-shop polycare initiatives, and establishment of the Jasiri Fund to support GBV victims. Additionally, observation of the annual public education and awareness fora, including the 16 days of activism against GBV, International Women's Day, International Day of Zero Tolerance for FGM, Day of the Girl Child, International Women's Day, and International Youth Day. A commemoration of these days provide critical platforms for sensitizing communities and promoting social change. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, under Article 5 on elimination of harmful practices, the government has strengthened measures to eliminate harmful practices, especially FGM, child marriage, and practices such as bidding in the Samburu community. The government of Kenya has also established gender sector working groups that are operational at national and county levels, with active GBV technical working groups in all counties. These structures support continuous community engagements and sensitization. Specific anti-FGM interventions, including the use of the 2022 Kenya Demographic Health Survey data to strengthen gender statistics and evidence-based programming, has been used, and the increased budgetary allocation of Kenya shillings 129 million, equivalent to $992,307 for GBV and FGM programming in the financial year 2021-2022, and Kenya shillings 120 million, equivalent to $923,077 counterpart funding from the Kenya-Finland bilateral program. Development of national guidelines for engaging men and boys in FGM elimination, sensitization of elders and strengthening of county FGM steering committees in 22 hotspot counties, leading to public declarations abandoning FGM in the Borana, Samburu, Kuria, and recently the Maasai and Pokot communities. These efforts contributed to a decline in FGM prevalence from 21% in 2014 to 15% in 2022, and from 34% to 16% of GBV cases within the same period. The government of Kenya is considering amending the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act of 2011, particularly in relation to type 4 FGM, to address all harmful procedures to the female genitalia for non-medical purposes. Honorable Chair, Excellencies, under Article 6 and 7 and on the rights related to marriage, the government of Kenya campaigns have promoted registration as a means of securing legal recognition and protection of rights, strengthening women's rights within marriage, and linking these measures to broader protection of women's rights in family relations, including property, inheritance, equality, and access to legal remedies. Recognition and registration of customary marriages is a practical administrative tool for safeguarding women's interests and reducing vulnerability arising from informal or undocumented unions. Approximately 30,000 customary marriages were officially registered in 2022, while surveys show increased registration trends over time. Under Article 14 on health and reproductive rights, the government identifies reproductive health as a key pillar of women's rights protection. The reforms on the universal health coverage included including the Social Health Insurance Act, Primary Healthcare Act, Facilities Improvement Financing Act, and the Digital Health Act. Measures are intended to improve access to health services, including reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health services. Strategies for reducing teenage pregnancies are being implemented, recording a national prevalence rate of 15%, that is in 2022, through the Reproductive, Maternal, Newborn, Child, and Adolescent Health Program. Reproductive health services for adolescents and youth are covered under the Social Health Authority, including comprehensive adolescent and youth sexual and reproductive health services. Kenya has also made progress in civil registration, with 98.6% of registered births occurring in health facilities, reflecting increased institutional delivery and access to maternal health services. Under Articles 13, 15, 16, and 17 on economic and social welfare rights, Kenya has implemented affirmative action and social protection measures, including the Women Enterprise Fund, Uwezo Fund, that is the Enabling or Empowerment Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, as mentioned earlier. In addition, the access to government procurement opportunities that reserves 30% of government procurement opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disabilities has continued to be implemented. Under the Women Enterprise Fund, the government introduced the MINI, that is the Valued Loan Product, in 2021 to support widows through widow-led groups. The government also recognizes self-help groups and community-based organizations as important vehicles for women's economic empowerment, with over 225,000 registered groups taking up affirmative action funds. Women with disabilities are also supported through the National Council for Persons with Disabilities through career portal registrations, the linkage to employers, and grants for economic activities. The government continues to implement tax relief measures for persons with disabilities, including income tax exemptions under the Persons with Disabilities Income Tax Deductions and Exemptions Order of 2010. On the right to food security, Kenya has not yet achieved food self-sufficiency, and women farmers continue to face structural challenges, a situation further exacerbated by frequent droughts, floods, pests, diseases, and other climate-related shocks. In response, the government has targeted subsidy support for women farmers, continuous research, and provision of women-friendly technologies and equipment to reduce workload and enhance food production. On the right to adequate housing, the National Housing Policy of 2016 recognizes women, children, persons with disabilities, the elderly, disabled persons, and other vulnerable groups. The government has put in place measures to secure women's rights to adequate housing, including the National Slum Upgrading Policy, which promotes human rights standards in evictions in slums and informal settlements, the Affordable Housing Act of 2024 and the Affordable Housing Regulations of 2025. Section 49, subsection 3 of the Affordable Housing Act of 2024 requires the Affordable Housing Board to prioritize marginalized persons, and also data from 2028 KDHS depicts 33% of women aged between 15 to 49 own houses, although only 9% have title deeds to the property that they own. And under the Article 19 on rights to sustainable development, including the right to property, only 5% of Kenyan women own agricultural land, 7% own non-agricultural land, while 62% of women lack title deeds for agricultural land they own. So this poses a challenge in the implementation of the land laws, affirmative action financing, women's economic funds, AGPO, and measures under Vision 2030 and the medium-term plans. All those are aimed at aiding women to access credit, productive resources, and other development opportunities. Articles 10 and 11 on the right to peace and protection of women in armed conflict. The government has taken measures to include policy coordination and engagement of women in peace processes. And Kenya has implemented 2 Kenya national action plans on women, peace and security, and we have currently developed the 3rd generation Kenya policy, which we launched recently. On the protection of rights of specially protected women groups, we've alluded to that one earlier on how the government has supported older persons and the Thamini special loan, and also the support from civil society and the FIDA Kenya and widows associations complement government's efforts through legal support. The Constitution of Kenya also recognizes older persons under Article 57 and has put other measures that we've mentioned earlier, including County Rescue Center. And by 2023, approximately 1.3 million older persons were enrolled in the Inua Jamii, of which 60% were women. And the government supports women with disabilities through comprehensive programs under the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. And Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Chairperson, Commissioners, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as this delegation nears the floor, let me assure the Commission that the preparation of this report was inclusive, participatory, and consultative in its process, involving both state and non-state actors, all of whom have given constructive criticism and contribution of considerable value to the process. In conclusion, this has been a summary, Chairperson, as you'll note, of the 14th periodic report of the Republic of Kenya on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and the second report on the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol. Chairperson, we also note that the process of reporting is indeed a process and not an event. Where there has been additional data or information provided, we undertake, Chairperson and Commissioners, to provide it in writing. This was to update the report with subsequent data provided after the date of 31st December 2025 to make the report more informative. The reports contain a summary of the progress of measures, while acknowledging that there are outstanding challenges to be surmounted. There are many areas where we acknowledge that although progress has been made, there still remains much more to be done, and we believe that this process will in itself contribute to the attainment of areas where there are gaps encountered since the last review. Chairperson, my country will make every effort to sustain the momentum where progress has been made. Indeed, It is an imperative, not an option, of both the Charter and our Constitution to create an enduring legacy of respect for human rights. As a result, we reiterate our commitment to continue our engagement with the Commission in pursuit of shared values and best practices towards this endeavor. In the spirit of positive and constructive dialogue, we welcome this interaction with the Commission. Once again, on behalf of my delegation, I thank you, Chairperson, and the Honorable Commissioners for this opportunity and your invaluable attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney General, Head of Delegation. The Commission has just listened to the presentation of your report under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, also under its additional protocol on women's rights that we call here, referred to here as the Maputo Protocol. I also like to laud the inclusive approach that you mentioned in preparing this report that you have just presented. I would also like at this juncture acknowledge receipt of all the alternative reports that have been submitted to us by the civil society organizations. I like to see this opportunity to encourage this practice, because these are the alternative reports enable us to establish the contradictory nature of this exercise. At this moment, moment in time, we'll have to start the second part, which consists in commissioners putting questions to you, and I'm going to give the floor right up to the break that we will observe from 11:20. Now I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Deso to start part 2. That's
Chair. I would like to join you, Chair, in thanking the members of the delegation of Kenya, headed by Mr. Lawrence Ngugi, Deputy Solicitor General, for the presentations delivered on the various aspects of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Maputo Protocol. I will be making some introductory observations, and I hope I will also start the questions relating to my own mandate. First, along the lines of the Chairperson of the Commission, as the country rapporteur for Kenya, I would like to welcome the various legislative measures that have been adopted during the intersession period, notably including the adoption of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2025, the adoption also of the National Business and Human Rights Plan, and other legislative and institutional measures, including the attempt that have been made towards the implementation of the recommendations of the task force on policy reform. I also wish to acknowledge with appreciation the details provided with respect to issues relating to non-discrimination, questions relating to the right to health, the right to education, as well as the protection of the right to property. However, in terms of, I think, the full coverage of the rights guaranteed in the African Charter, it is my observation that the report didn't provide information on the full list of rights guaranteed in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly those relating to, for example, people's rights, on the right to self-determination and the right to existence of peoples, the right to equality of peoples under Article 19, 20, the right to peace and security. We would have appreciated to get the full picture of the implementation of the full scope of the rights guaranteed in the Charter with those provisions. In terms of follow-up on communications relating to complaints submitted to the African Commission and adjudicated here in the African Commission and the African Court, I would appreciate a specific update from the delegation with respect to particularly the implementation of the Indoro's communication that has been due for implementation for a long time. We would like also to get an indication of where things stand as far as the implementation of the decision of the African Court on Human and People's Rights with respect to the OGEC communication is concerned. You have provided some information and analysis that I welcome with respect to the right to peaceful assembly in view of events that happened in 2024 and 2025, in respect of which this Commission have communicated and engaged with you. I just wish to highlight some data from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights following the 27 June 2025 demonstrations, and this concerns, of course, issues relating to respect for and protection of the right to peaceful assembly. And according to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, during that protest, 19 fatalities were reported from gunshot wounds in 6 counties, with over 531 individuals injured, 15 reported enforced disappearances, 179 arrests, and 2 cases of individual rape, and 2 cases of gang rape, and 1 attempted rape. And I think the point that I would like to get to is to get specific information from your side on the follow-up that has been taken to investigate and prosecute these cases that are specifically being documented by the Kenya National Human Rights Commission. I also commend the effort as documented in this report with respect to the police reform that you have provided. I think in that respect, an additional question that would help complete the picture would be if you provide information with respect to, for example, you have clearly indicated in the report that there are cases that are being handled by the prosecutor, 136 criminal cases against police officers. I think these are important and commendable steps. And what I would like to know is how long will the process for trial and conviction of these cases take, and what steps are taken to ensure that there is delivery of justice within reasonable time. There have been specific cases, including a days of a gentleman in police custody, as you know. And I would really appreciate if you provide us particularly update on accountability measures that have been taken with respect to that particular case. I know that measures have been initiated with respect to establishing accountability, but where do those measures stand today, and whether those responsible have actually been held criminally accountable? I think that would help. And within that framework, I think, is the kind of reform measures, specific reform measures that have been implemented to ensure that no one would die in police custody, having regard to that experience, but also on issues relating to, for example, decisions by the Kenya court with respect to making sure that law enforcement personnel do not cover themselves. No plainclothes individual would effect arrest, and also cars without plates shouldn't be used for law enforcement processes. And this is a decision by court which we welcome. And the question in that respect is the implementation of it since the handing down of that judgment by the court. With respect to socioeconomic rights, I think the steps that are taken, particularly in terms of the cost of living, prices have increased. It's not unique to Kenya. It is, I think, an African and I would say even a global phenomenon. But what are the steps that are being taken by Kenya to ameliorate the pain that the hike in cost of goods and services puts on vulnerable groups in particular? That's important. And I think the steep tax hike that triggered the protest in 2024 and what kind of consultations and engagement as well as review measures are taken in order to align those tax hikes with the socioeconomic conditions of people in Kenya. With respect to the right to participation under Article 13 of the African Charter, I have specific questions relating particularly to, as part of this general observation, persons with disabilities. Information that I received is that the participation of persons with disabilities in voting, perhaps most notably as candidates, maybe there is a list, in the list of candidates, often the names of persons with disabilities is included, but in often the actual representation, the number of persons with disabilities has been on the decline. So according to one data, for example, a report from the 2022 elections found that 21 out of 47 counties didn't have persons with disabilities in their assemblies. And this is a decline from, for example, the 2013 numbers. And persons with disabilities, specifically women, are particularly affected by this. And I know that Commissioner Abomo would specifically address these issues, but in view of those direct issues raised by persons with disabilities, we would appreciate what specific measures, in the light of this regression, what specific measures would be taken to ensure that persons with disabilities would have better possibilities for being represented in county assemblies, but also in National Assembly of Kenya, in view of the experience from these past situations. With respect to a category of persons with disabilities, particularly those who have psychosocial and intellectual disabilities, there are languages that are used in the laws of Kenya, such as, for example, I think something along the lines of people of unsound mind, and whether this would actually lead to discrimination against persons with psychosocial disabilities. And I think it would be good if you actually think this would be rectified, including from the Constitution, to avoid discrimination against this group of people. And there are specific information relating to access to health services where data is not captured adequately, on issues relating to the right to education, in respect of which the restrictions for persons with disabilities are highlighted specifically. So I would appreciate, therefore, your provisions in terms of the measures that need to be taken, particularly also for women and girls with disabilities. With respect to the adoption of ratification measures, I think I would like to kindly request if Kenya considers ratification of the following instruments. For example, the United Nations Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, particularly in the view of some of the experiences that the Kenya National Human Rights Commission reported. Also, such other conventions as the Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons, the Kampala Convention, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the specific aspects of the right to a nationality and eradication of statelessness in Africa. And I think it would also be good if you provide us specifics in terms of, for example, the operationalization of some of the acts that have been adopted, such as the Act on Persons with Disabilities. What regulations are being put in place in order to operationalize the Persons with Disabilities Act and also the Social Protection Act of 2025. With respect to, I think, measures taken as far as Article 2 on non-discrimination, Article 2 of the Charter on non-discrimination is concerned, we welcome the various measures that have been taken, but we wonder if it would be good to fill in the gaps that exist. If a comprehensive non-discrimination legislation is adopted by Kenya in that respect. I would now go to...
Monsieur le commissaire rapporteur, le temps imparti est dépassé de 4 minutes maintenant. Veuillez conclure, s'il vous plaît.
Can you kindly conclude, please? We have gone beyond the allocated time by 4 minutes.
My mandate.
Maybe 1 minute to conclude, because, like I said, you have gone by 4 minutes beyond.
Okay, Chair, let me hand over the floor to you and allow others to continue. And then maybe if there is time, I'll come back to my own mandate. My understanding was that there will be a part on introductory intervention and then the mandate specific to extractive industries. Over to you, Chair.
Very well, very well. Thank you, Commissioner. I will now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hope that interpretation is underway. May I proceed? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to greet the Assembly and in a specific manner to respectively greet Mr. Lawrence Kuli, the Solicitor General of the Republic of Kenya, and through him greet the whole Kenyan delegation here present. Honorable Solicitor, from the report on paragraph 47, there are some key acts for the judicial system which have been in Parliament since 2023 in spite of preliminary assessment. I refer to the bill on the amendment of the Penal Code, the bill on the Prisons Act, the bill on judicial assistance, specifically safeguarding assistance to persons convicted of capital crimes, and the bill on the preservation of social security, which is going to be altered in the positive sense. I would like the distinguished delegation to share additional information, as it's been over 3 years without any update. The Commission takes note of the measure taken to broaden access to justice in Kenya through court users committees, mobile courts, and alternative justice systems policy, as well as the extension of judicial assistance that benefited more than 5 million people. However, in this number, the number of inmates benefited has not been reported. I would like to have a picture of those that did not benefit from judicial assistance. The Commission takes equally note of efforts deployed to strengthen update on legal aid fund regulations, which reflected in the reduction of treatment of processes and had positive impact in the overcrowding of prisons. We also took good note of changes in the country for justice to become restorative and not only punitive. Paragraph 39 refers to the reduction of prison population in 2024. However, we don't have disaggregated data on prison facilities, the capacity of these, and the current rate of occupation. In the same vein, there are other aspects which are correlated, which are the way in which the rights are ensured to food, health, visitation, education, professional training, recreation of inmates, and with special highlights to the sanitation of prisoner facilities in Kenya, bearing in mind the AU theme of the year. In paragraphs 85, 92, and 94 and following, talks on the creation of several programs for employment for youth, education, and health. Is the government foreseeing any initiatives for prisons, for youth in prisons? As we say, the only right restricted is the liberty of freedom. All other rights must be safeguarded to those detained. We also request the distinguished delegation to provide information on specific issues of women in detention. We talk of sexual reproductive rights, the issue of pregnant inmates and those with children in prison facilities, as well as measures of protecting traffic and sexual violation in detention. In paragraph 158 in the report, we talk of alternative systems to justice. Should we understand this as courts for women, which were alluded to during your presentation? We request some information regarding this subject. Honorable Chair, we saw as well interesting data on processes against law enforcement agents. But for this concrete issue of violating deadlines on detentions, are there mechanisms to compensate when sanctioning the agent that might have violated the right? The report also informs the judiciary expanded the use of virtual courts and electronic platforms, allowing plaintiffs to participate remotely and reducing any legal barriers. These are good indicators in service delivery. However, there are sources that report that in accordance with the annual report of the judiciary 2022-2023, it was registered a budget deficit of 51% of necessary assistance for legal support. Our question is to know whether the judicial system in general, as well the legal assistance in particular, dispose of financial means necessary for these services. Is the Kenyan government considering altering Article 10 of Article 33 of this Terrorism Act that allows suspension until 90 days, as it was recommended earlier by the Commission? Mr. Head of Delegation, the National Council for Administration of Justice audited the criminal justice in Kenya and concluded that, among other aspects, the infraction of petty offenses represents 70% of cases criminally prosecuted and 78% of are linked to petty offenses. We invite the delegation to present examples of alternatives to detention that are effective for petty offenses, as well as to provide additional information on courts of small causes recently established in areas with less access to justice, from paragraph 42 of the report. Quickly, to the life in prisons, we would like to know and commend the registration of inmates in technical capacity as well as vocational training, and that these also produce uniforms for several institutions. However, the Commission in 12 June 2025 issued a press release lamenting the death in custody of Mr. Albert Komundi and recommended, amongst other, the establishment of an independent commission of inquiry to this effect. Would like to know whether the country has established measures to implement the recommendations in this sense, in particular related to this case. The Commission takes good note of the existence of the Independent Authority to Oversee the Police, IPOA. I believe this is the acronym in English. Institution which is rare in several countries, remains a challenge, but has been doing a good job, and we see paragraph 61 from 2018 to 2024. Our question is to know who integrates this authority. On the other hand, The 1,400 supervised facilities represent all prisons in the country. There should be reports available. Any data can be shared on that. To conclude, I would like to know the minimum age of criminal responsibility in Kenya in relation to the instruments on the rights of the child, in particular the African Charter on the Welfare of Child and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Still, on the minors in detention or in conflict with the law, which programs exist in the facilities where minors are detained? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I yield back the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would now give the floor to Honorable Remingoi Lumbu. Thank you, Chairperson. Please allow me to greet you as well as the Bureau for the manner in which you are presiding over the meeting this morning. I would also like to thank the Deputy Solicitor General as well as members of his delegation. I will ask questions on my capacity as the rapporteur on human rights, and by virtue of Article 36 of the Kenyan Constitution, all individuals have the fundamental right, freedom of association, as also the right to form an association, to adhere to it, or to participate. What is the regime applicable in the instant case in Kenya? Do you have a declarative regime or a system of recording vis-a-vis the law on the part of civil society organizations, especially the issue of the mandatory recording criteria, criminal sanctions to participate in a meeting of an organization which is not registered? So my question is the Kenyan government prepared to review the law on companies as well as on associations, in particular by linking this to the various recommendations that you have received on the part of the Commission? I would also like to call upon the Kenyan delegation to share with us the situation with respect to the adoption of the 2025 regulatory text. This text relates to public utility organizations. What are the main topics that have you included in that regulation? I would also like to call upon the delegation to give us an analysis on the implementation of the recommendation of the African Commission requesting the state to change or to put in place new rules, regulations to ensure peaceful assembly, to draft a code of conduct for those who organize demonstrations. It is a directive of the High Court in the Gujuri case, Gujuri Wambugu case, against the Inspector General of Police, dating 2019. I would also like to request the state party, if it is aware of the guidelines on the freedom of association and meetings in Africa. These are guidelines which were adopted by the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, and which are standards, African standards, and a reference in that particular matter. My colleague raised questions on the guidelines with respect to maintaining law and order, but I would like to place emphasis. I would like to know whether you are aware of the guidelines on the maintenance of order in demonstrations in terms of what you experienced during the demonstration that shook the country. Is the Kenyan government, can you provide to the Commission clarifications on the training of security orders? This is actually security force. This is just to buttress the question raised by my colleague. I would also like to know the concrete measures concrete measures taken by the government to ensure strict adherence to the freedom of meetings in their countries. Also, could you enlighten us on the work of the expert group which was established for compensations of victims of public demonstrations during 2017 to 2025. We would also like to know, with respect to human rights defenders, there are quite a lot in Kenya. Has the Kenyan government, within the framework of protecting human rights defenders, do you envisage to adopt a specific law, just like we are requesting, on the protection of human rights defenders? Apart from the general protection you offer to all citizens to protect their rights, we would like to ask your delegation to enumerate, to indicate all relevant measures relating to specific protection for human rights defenders in Kenya. The government of Kenya, this is another question, do you plan to submit the declaration on account of 34.6 of the protocol, African Charter Protocol on Human and People's Rights, to accept the jurisdiction of the court to hear cases submitted by NGOs as well as by individuals? When it comes to the independence of the justice system, two questions. What are the legal guarantees, institutional and legal guarantees of the independence of the judiciary in the Republic of Kenya, but also what are the criteria for selection, nomination, promotion, and radiation of judges in your country? Let me now come back to the freedom of association. What are the concrete measures that the government of Kenya has taken to change the current legislation on public organizations in accordance with the decree that the court had taken in the case David Kala Otieno et al. Against the prosecutor? Measures have been taken to amend the law. What have you done in that regard? In the same context, does the government of Kenya envisage to accept the request made by the United Nations Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders? Because the United Nations Rapporteur has requested for a visit. So the question is, do you envisage to accept that request? Now, I had other additional questions in the 3 minutes that I have. Well, time is of the essence, so let me ask two questions. What concrete measures have been put in place to ensure the protection of sexual minorities in Kenya? And now, to showcase my capacity in English, I would like to honor you by asking a question in English. I will now hand over the floor once again to the chairperson. Thank you, Commissioner. I would give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Zakaria Mwandenga, who is following online. Commissioner Mwandenga, you have the floor, sir.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as well as members of the Secretariat and interpreters. I too would like to welcome the Kenyan delegation and also take note of the reports that they've given to us. I do, however, have some questions which I'll ask regarding the mandate of my working group, which is the Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. To begin with, is the National Human Rights Institution, the Kenyan one that is, involved in issues pertaining to the promotion and protection of economic, social and cultural rights in Kenya? Is the government of Kenya considering ratifying the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security, and the optional protocol to the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights? Regarding Article 14, that is the right to property and right to housing in particular, I have a few questions. Article 43(1)(b) of the Kenyan Constitution provides that every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation. The Commission takes note of the construction of 3,613 housing units, including 1,975 affordable and 463 social and 143 civil servants and 762 police stroke prisons housing units, in addition to 112 405 units under construction at various stages of completion. That is according to paragraph 75 of the report. The Commission also takes note of the measures taken by the government of Kenya to guarantee the rights of housing and to property, including the Affordable Housing Act, the second phase of the Kenyan Urban Support Program, and the Kenyan Informal Settlements Improvement Program, which is at pages paragraphs 76 to 81. With regards to evictions, the Commission notes the Kililimo versus the Malenia case 2023, where the Environmental Court and Land Court at Kitale emphasized that eviction processes must strictly adhere to the Land Act, underscoring the necessity of procedural fairness and humane treatment in all eviction. However, sources continue to believe that forced evictions, particularly in informal settlements and in areas designated for infrastructure, conservation or urban development projects, continue to be carried out without adequate consultation, due process guarantees, sufficient compensation, or provision of adequate alternative housing. Are evictions carried out in Kenya only as a last resort, with genuine consultation, adequate notice, due process, provision of adequate alternative housing, compensation, and access to effective remedies? The other question under this head: what are the effective enforcement measures and guarantees to prevent forced or unlawful evictions in Kenya? Under Article 15, which is the right to work, the Commission notes with appreciation of the detailed information provided in the report on initiatives and programs to enhance employment promotion. That is at paragraphs 82 to 89 of the report. Could the delegation provide statistics on the Kenya's employment and unemployment rates? The other question is, the delegation is also requested to provide information on the level of female participation in the labor market and the rate of unemployment among women. The other question is, what is the minimum age for unrestricted access to work in Kenya? Lastly, under this head, what are the government's efforts to address gender-based discrimination sexual harassment at the workplace, non-adherence of employers to work hour law, safety and health standards, and minimum wage law. According to the report, the informal sector created this 703.8 to 720.79 thousand jobs, accounting for 90% of what measures have been taken by the authorities to extend social protection and security to the people working in this sector, especially domestic work?
Je crois qu'on a perdu.
We've lost the connection with Commissioner Mandenga.
Now I go to Article 16, rights to health. I'll go straight and ask this. Is the Kenyan government considering raising the health budget portion to reach the relevant standards which are set out in the Abuja declaration? The Commission takes note of the increase in health workforce. Diploma clinical officers increased by 30.7 to 28,712 and medical doctors by 21%. Well, Chair, the fallen off, can I continue? Very well. Well, I note I still got quite a number of questions, so perhaps let me just go to Article 22, the right to economic, social, and cultural development. On the 19th June 2024, the Commission issued a press release on the situation in Kenya and on protests and tax measures affecting vulnerable citizens. The delegation is invited to provide an update on the current rate of poverty as well as the concrete measures aiming to tackle this. Lastly, is the Kenyan government observing the obligation to adequately consult most vulnerable sections of society when adopting such measures, and that would directly affect the socio-economic well-being of citizens? Are there any examples or illustrations? And Chair, may I simply say that I still have some questions which I'm sure Secretariat is going to give to the Kenyan government. Once again, I want to thank the Kenyan delegation for the report that they have presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mwandenga. Now
I'll give the floor to Honorable Commissioner. Please proceed. Thank you very much for the floor, Honorable Chair. I would like to greet all the participants, and in the same vein as the commissioners who preceded me, I would like to welcome the delegation of the Republic of Kenya. I'd like to express my thanks to them for having accepted to participate in this exercise. Let me exchange with you with regard to the rights of the older persons and disabled persons, and also the rights of minorities and indigenous peoples, and also on those suffering from HIV/AIDS. So first of all, with the disabled persons, my first question is to know how are you going to fulfill the implementation of the protocol on the rights of disabled persons? You have ratified this. The Commission is very pleased to see that you adopted in May 2025 on the law on persons with disabilities in accordance with Article 54 of your Constitution. Now, in the context of this law, the Commission would like to know what are the concrete measures that the state is taking or has taken to guarantee that disabled persons have inclusive and equitable access based on their choices and life choices. This is Article 12 of your law of 2025. In addition, how does the state guarantee to disabled women access that is non-discriminatory and accessible for reproductive health in terms of their needs during that period? Thirdly, with regard to your 2025 law, you spoke about the provisions on violence, gender-based violence. You also talked about the youth tribunal. What are the specific steps you're taking to ensure that disabled women really, truly have access to justice when they've faced gender-based violence, abuse? I know that you have different types of disabled persons, but how are the disabled women, do they have access to justice as provided for in this law? The Commission is very happy to see the law number 7 of 2022 on mental health and the National Action Plan on Mental Health for 2021 to 2025, as well as the National Directives or Guidelines on Health, mental health. So I'm wondering then, can you indicate to us disaggregated data for the disabled persons? We do have a National Council's statistics, but I'm wondering if you have national statistics that you can provide to us. The Kenyan government, have they taken concrete measures to combat the use of negative terms in some sections of your Constitution of 2010? We noted this. How do you anticipate strengthening your legislative, administrative, and communications framework to eliminate the use of stigmatizing terms or pejorative terms when referring to disabled persons? We would also like some precision on the steps that you have taken in terms of Article 33 of the law of 2025, and more specifically, what strategies has Kenya taken to reduce the cost of services for equipment and services required by disabled persons, just to ensure access to by all to these services. I know you have considered your fiscal provisions as far as disabled persons, but there's also accommodation, transport. All of this needs to be accessible by disabled persons as well. In Kenya, do you have a national plan of action or a program to protect persons living with albinism? In addition, we'd like to know what mechanisms and specific steps taken in Kenya to ensure that disabled persons participate in drafting all policies and initiatives aimed at promoting and protecting their rights. We're aware that you have a National Council for Disabled Persons, but I'd like to know what specific measures are you taking to ensure that the disabled persons can participate in these initiatives? what concrete steps are you taking to not have a charity model, but ensuring that you have an approach, a rights-based approach for disabled persons and not just charity? So these are the questions that I had on disabled persons. And now for the older persons, Article 57 of your constitution. Your constitution obliges the state to take steps to promote the rights of older persons. We are happy that you have a draft law. I heard it was 2026, if I am not mistaken. You have a draft law of 2026 on the older persons. You're considering it. I'm wondering, is it in line with the protocol that you have ratified on older persons? You also provided figures on the social policies which covers older persons in your country. I'm wondering if you have any information on the social policies that specifically target older persons. Can we have specific statistics on this? And I will stop here. Thank you, Chair. I have another round of questions. This is to do with the indigenous persons and minorities. So for the indigenous people, the Commission notes the efforts that your government has made to ensure that indigenous communities are consulted on environmental and social impacts of, and also the fund to provide basic services in marginalized areas. This was paragraph 143 of your report. Your report also mentioned that the president set up a unit for marginalized persons affairs, and this will promote inclusion, protection, and to ensure that their rights are covered. I'm wondering if you could give some specifics on this unit, whether it's operating and how it's operating. In addition, the law on protection of traditional and knowledge, paragraph 258A, for traditional knowledge of the indigenous persons in Kenya. Do you have any examples on traditional knowledge? Do you have any specific examples of this? And in addition, the PESA, is that traditional knowledge. What is the government doing to protect this, which from our viewpoint is the first initiative as far as digital traditional knowledge? What is the government doing to protect M-Pesa? And then on the 11th of June 2023, the Commission sent a letter, an urgent letter to the Republic of Kenya, calling upon them to stop the Ogik expulsion from the Mau forest. I think the country rapporteur did mention this. The law of 2016 on communal lands concretizes Article 63 of the Constitution, protecting communal lands and providing a guarantee for minorities and indigenous people from dispossession. The delegation, therefore, is asked to give precision on these expulsions and what concrete measures your government has taken to implement the recommendations of the Commission on this. Has the government anticipated to approve the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and to disseminate its provisions? Does the government anticipate to ratify the Convention 129 on the ILO of the law of 1949? What strategies have been put in place to improve access to basic services, in particular education for indigenous persons and access to health facilities and other facilities? Now, issues of the protection of persons living with HIV/AIDS. your report says that Kenya has made significant progress in fighting HIV by 2030. I'm wondering if these key developments include, you have talked about Kenya strategy too. You've talked about the 75% reduction in new HIV infections. You've talked about the infection rate having dropped to 47% and the reduction of mother-to-child transmission, which achieved a decline from 10.8% in 2019 to 8.6% in 2022. So I'm wondering now, do you have any guidelines in terms of treatment guidelines? Well, you've said you have treatment guidelines. So I'm wondering if it has widened access to diagnostics and medicines to manage common causes of illness and death. There's also the issue of stigma and discrimination. Can you provide information, disaggregated information that's updated in terms of HIV prevalence evolution since COVID, so the post-COVID period? And you have said that persons living with HIV, the identification has risen from 93% in 2020 to 99%, with 94% of these on antiretroviral therapy. Can you explain how this has happened? Can you provide updated information on the current challenges that the country faces to be able to arrive at the objectives of a 95-95-95 of the global AIDS target? You have a law, the AIDS Prevention and Control Act, which provides for non-discrimination or no discrimination against people living with HIV/AIDS. So what steps have you taken to concrete measures to address the negative effects of the stigma faced by persons living with HIV? And are there any legislative or policy measures that criminalize the forced sterilization of people with HIV/AIDS without their free, prior, and informed consent, as well as the intentional deliberate transmission of HIV in Kenya? Have you any measures that criminalizes the forced sterilization? Sources inform that women and girls in Kenya tend to be infected at a much earlier age than men and boys of the same age, with 8 out of 10 new HIV infections occurring among girls and young women aged 15 to 24. So with the increased infections and pregnancies in high school, have you been able to identify the HIV/AIDS infection rate among schoolgirls? And are there any specific actions to address the gap in knowledge on HIV prevention among youth in Kenya? Have you seen an increase in the rate of infections during that period? What has been the impact of the reduction of funding on UNAIDS for the health sector, in particular with regard to treatment and prevention of HIV/AIDS and the provision of antiretrovirals? Are there any specific steps taken towards key populations, including sex workers and people who inject drugs? Chair, this is the end of the questions that I was to ask. I will give you the floor I'll give the floor back to you. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. We will take a break now. We will take the tea break and continue with the questions afterwards. Before that, may I recognize His Excellency Alfonso Sumoke, the Vice Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea. The Commission would like to welcome you, and we look forward to hearing your statement following Kenya's country reports. I'd also like to note the requests for the floor in the context of the right to response from the Republic of Zimbabwe, the Republic of Uganda, and the Republic of the Gambia. We shall give you the floor at the opportune time in line with our rules of procedure. So we'll take a 30-minute break. We will be back at 11:55 to continue our work. So we will adjourn for the tea break. Thank you.
Quoi est-ce le vice-premier ministre de Guinée équatoriale? Il faut que j'aille le saluer. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants, we wish to invite you for tea and coffee in the following rooms for Excellencies, state representatives. Tea and coffee will be served in the banquet hall on the ground floor. In the banquet hall on the ground floor, while for all other distinguished participants, we welcome you to tea and coffee break in the banquet hall on the upper floor. Thank you very much and have a good tea and coffee break. We also wish to announce that there is a side event that will start at 1 p.m. Taking place in Press Room 1. And this side event is focused on artificial intelligence and human rights. It is being organized by the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, with 2 other institutions. It will take place from 1 to 3:30 p.m. In Press Room 1. Thank you.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses délibérations.
Yes, the interpreters are here. So we shall continue the discussions with the delegation from Kenya. I would now like to give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Janet Ramotulai Sala Njai, who for 10 minutes would deal with questions relating to the Charter and the Maputo.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, let me take the opportunity to say very warm welcome once more to the distinguished delegation from Kenya under the leadership of the Honorable Deputy Solicitor General of the Attorney General and State Department for Justice, Human Rights and Constitutional Affairs. Welcome to your delegation. Today, my interaction will be based on the Maputo Protocol in my capacity as the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. To reiterate and take note that Kenya ratified the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa in 2010, as has been rightly observed, with reservations on Articles 10.3 and 14.2c. The delegation, you will agree that Kenya has one of the most progressive constitutions in the continent. And our ask will be that some of the articles you reserved are already protected in the Constitution. So we'd like to know what steps are being taken to ensure that the necessary legal and legislative reforms are put in place for the lifting of the reservations, especially having regard to the very progressive constitutional provisions you have, especially with regard to Article 14.2c, because the contradiction between what you have in the reservations and the progressive provision in the Constitution might be an impediment for people who will who have intention to work on that area on sexual and reproductive health rights, especially of women in Kenya. But having said that, I want to congratulate you for the actually presentation of the very detailed second report on the implementation of the Maputo Protocol, pursuant to Article 26 of the protocol. The Commission also takes note of the inclusive and participative drafting process that involve both state and non-state actors, pursuant to our guidelines under the Maputo Protocol. In short, your report is in compliance and is fully aligned with our guidelines, which is quite commendable. However, I would like to know whether the delegation is also aware of the Maputo Protocol Scorecard Index, which is a guide for monitoring progress at the national level. This was published by the African Union Director of Women, Gender and Youth Directorate in 2022. If you are aware of it, whether you're actually using it at the national level. We'd like to know what efforts are being made to ensure countrywide dissemination of the Maputo Protocol, so that at least every woman and girl, child in Kenya is aware of it. And please, steps being taken to withdraw the reservations in line with the constitutional provisions and what progress is being made there. With regard to equality and non-discrimination, the Commission takes note of the National Policy on Gender and Development 2019, implementing a thorough national action plan, that is 2023-2027, in addition to sectoral gender policies, including tourism, workplace policy on gender mainstream in 2021, which you have in the report in paragraphs 150 to 152. Also note the case of CMK versus Chandara Supermarket Limited, where the court awarded 500,000 Kenyan shillings as compensation for sexual harassment and entitled the complainant to a salary compensation. I think these are quite commendable strides. In addition to the constitutional guarantees and taking into account all the commendable efforts made in this regard, is the government of Kenya considered adopting a specific law on gender equality, apart from what you have in the Constitution, enshrining the principle of equality between women and men, and prohibiting all forms of discrimination against women. The efforts aim to combat discrimination against women cover direct and indirect discrimination in the public and private sphere, based on the principle of substantive equality. What are the efforts being made by the government of Kenya to revise social norms and combat customary practices based on the inferiority or superiority of either sex or on stereotype roles for women and men? We all know that we can have very progressive laws, but then these laws are sitting on customary norms. We want to know what steps are being made to raise awareness of women, particularly women in rural communities, which is not unique to Kenya, but to the continent as a whole. With regard to access to justice and equal protection before the law, the delegation is requested to provide an update on efforts to strengthen judicial and administrative counseling within the courts for women victims of violence. What measures has the state taken to encourage women to report cases of violence to the courts and to protect them from possible reprisals? In other words, what mechanism do you have to ensure that survivors are at the center of all efforts to protect women within the justice system? Are there any specific measures or program or policies to improve women's access to justice in other areas in addition to women victims of violence? I think we would also like to know whether you have a dedicated fund to assist women, and legal aid also for women who find themselves as victims of violence, who may not have the resources to actually seek access to justice. The delegation is also requested to indicate the extent to which the existing training programs, which we have indicated in the report, for law enforcement officials, magistrates, and other stakeholders in the judicial system have addressed women's access to justice specifically. With regard to Article 9, participation in political and decision-making process, we know that Article 81 of the 2010 Kenyan Constitution states that the electoral system shall comply with the following principles, and one of them is that not more than 2/3 of the members of the elective public body shall be of the same gender. This is a constitutional provision. We take note of the efforts being made to improve the representation of women in the political sphere as well as in decision-making position, which you have enumerated in paragraphs 176 to 191. However, the Commission has received information indicating that after the 2022 general elections, the percentage of women remains below the standards at all levels, and this is cause for concern. Women elected as members of the National Assembly, 23.5%. Women elected as senators, 28.4%. Women elected as members of county assemblies, 32.9%. governor's position, only 7 out of 47 counties. The delegation is requested to explain the current low representation of women in the areas that have just been enumerated, and steps being taken to fulfill the constitutional requirement and correct that unfortunate imbalance. In addition to constitutional provisions, are there any provisions in Kenya relating to parity, quotas, or preferential, or what we say, affirmative action in the appointment of women to accelerate the equal representation of women in parliament, the cabinet, the judiciary, international and diplomatic positions, corporate leadership, and other levels? We would like to know the representation of women in the private sector, because the Maputo Protocol is not limited to just public appointments. We'd like to know, in particular, at managerial and decision-making level. We can provide us the data and the statistics. And also to guide us with the steps and measures being taken to protect women from online political violence or harassment in an electoral context, because these are some of the factors that inhibits women's political participation. With regard to protection from violence, the report has made it very clear that measures have been put in place to amend the Sexual Offences Act 2006 through the introduction of the Amendment Bill 2023. We'd like to have an update on this revision process. We'd like to also know whether the existing legislative and institutional framework for combating gender-based violence allows access to justice and meet the medical and psychosocial needs of survivors and victims. And this is the survivor-centered approach that I mentioned at the very beginning with regard to access to justice. The Commission also notes in paragraph 208 that regarding matters relating to establishment of 12 sexual and gender-based violence courts and guidelines for standardizing the operation of courts has also been developed, which is indeed very commendable and a step in the right direction. But the question I would like to know is what forms of rehabilitation and reparation are available to victims of sexual violence, apart from the measures that you've mentioned. The Commission has previously expressed concern about increasing reports of femicide cases in Kenya, including the killing of 14 women in January 2024, underscoring alarming rates of intimate partner violence and gender inequality. This concern was expressed, and we'd like the delegation to give us feedback on that, because we didn't get any feedback when we expressed the concern. What measures has the state taken to raise awareness of African Commission guidelines on combating sexual violence and its consequences in Africa, commonly known as the Nyami guidelines, among law enforcement officials, magistrates, and other relevant stakeholders to ensure their implementation? Because when we have more awareness of these guidelines, that it might have the impact of reducing the incidences of sexual violence, especially femicides. In August 2022, the Commission adopted Resolution 522 on the protection of women against digital violence in Africa. Are there any measures or policies put in place to prevent digital violence against women and prosecute reported cases in line with the resolution? With regard to elimination of harmful practices, the Commission knows that the government of Kenya's effort to eradicate female genital mutilation in the specific context of COVID-19 pandemic and in communities with high FGM prevalence. This is provided for in paragraph 214 of the report. Can the delegation provide information to the Commission of the prevalence of any other negative traditional cultural practice in the country and the efforts made by the government to combat them? In particular, the delegation is invited to provide information on the practice of bidding and other harmful practices such as bride prices and widowhood rights. What safeguard exists to ensure full respect for women's rights under customary law in Kenya? We'd like to know also whether the delegation is aware of the Joint General Comment of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and what steps are being taken to implement the guidelines provided in this Joint General Comment. Because when it comes to female genital mutilation, it affects not only women, it affects the girl child. So we work in collaboration with the African Committee of Experts. With regards to marriage, Article 6 and 7, the Commission has received information stating that despite the legal minimum age of 18, child marriage still persists in Kenya. So what are the challenges encountered in enforcing the relevant provisions of the Children's Act and the Marriage Act in this regard? So the law has provided for it, but it is still happening. So we'd like to know what steps have been taken and what challenges have been encountered. And have there been any prosecution or convictions during the reporting period in terms of the enforcement of the law that prohibits child marriage in Kenya? And also we want to bring to your attention the joint general comment, again between the African Commission and the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child on ending child marriage, where we have provided specific guidelines. And we'd like to know whether you are aware and what steps are being taken to implement the recommendations contained therein. We also note recent jurisprudence regarding equitable distribution of matrimonial property at the solution of marriage. But we'd like to know whether the delegation is also aware of the general comment made by the Commission, General Comment number 6 on the Maputo Protocol, which is the right to property in cases of legal separation or divorce, and the extent to which this joint general comment is being utilized and popularized at the national level. The economic, social, and cultural rights, right to education, education and training. The report does not include any extensive information on the implementation of Article 12 of the Maputo Protocol. So we'd like to have more information on that. That is the percentage of girls in the different educational levels, including secondary, higher education, especially in semi-rural areas and urban informal settlements. What are the efforts being made to strengthen the rights to education for girls in secondary and higher education, particularly in the specific contexts and areas mentioned? Is early pregnancy a reason for dropping out of school in Kenya, teenage pregnancy? And if so, what concrete steps are being taken to protect pregnant girls from dropping out of school? Are there measures in place to facilitate the reintegration of young mothers into education? Also, are there any initiatives or public policies aimed at encouraging women and girls to choose non-formal, non-traditional, not non-formal, fields of education and careers, particularly in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in the STEM areas? What are the efforts being made to promote that STEM education? Right to health. We know that Article 26(4) of the Kenyan Constitution enshrines the right to life and permits abortion in certain circumstances. Abortion is not permitted unless, in the opinion of a trained health professional, there is a need for emergency treatment for the life or health of the mother is in danger or permitted by any other written law. We know that this provision is not in consonance with Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol. That is paragraph 2, which calls for inter alia for protecting the reproductive rights of women by authorizing medical abortion in cases of sexual assault, rape, incest, and where the continued pregnancy endangers the mental and physical health of the mother or the life of the mother or the fetus. This is where the issue of Article 14.2 comes in, because we find that the provisions of the law in Kenya fall short of the full ambit of Article 14.2. I'd like to reiterate the efforts and steps being taken to ensure lifting reservations under Article 14.2 of the Maputo Protocol, so that women who find themselves in those circumstances have the benefit, especially in cases of sexual assault, rape, and incest. And also to find out whether the delegation is aware of the general comment on Article 14 of the Maputo Protocol, which provides for access to reproductive health and rights, including medical abortion in these cases that have been mentioned. We'd like to know what steps are being taken to combat maternal mortality in the state, in Kenya, and in terms of awareness raising campaign in Kenya on women's sexual and reproductive health rights in Kenya. With regard to right to peace, protection of women in armed conflict, the Commission knows that the development and implementation of National Action Plan to localize the Women, Peace and Security Agenda by Kenya, in line with relevant resolution of the UN. That is Resolution 1325. What are the concrete measures being implemented in the framework of the National Action Plan enforced in Kenya in accordance with this resolution? What are the steps being implemented? To finish? Also, is the government considering lifting the reservation under Article 13.3, which deals with making sure that you spend more on women's protection and social development, and what steps are being taken. With regard to rights of especially protected groups, Articles 20 to 24, are there any restrictions on women's inheritance rights in Kenya, particularly those that may be based on customary law? Can you provide information on the situation of female prisoners and protection affected them, in particular pregnant women and nursing women who find themselves incarcerated? Also, can you give us information about reports that provide information about challenges being confronted by widows in Kenya who frequently face severe violation of their rights, including land disinheritance, forced eviction, and harmful traditional practices like widow cleansing? What efforts are being made in this respect? This allegation, and whether, if it is true, what steps are being made to alleviate these problems? Article 13 of the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act 2015 establishes forced wife inheritance and widow cleansing are offenses. What steps are being taken to ensure that this is being implemented, so that it's not only in the law, but it's actually being implemented? And have there been any efforts to implement the law during the reporting period? I think the delegation is also invited to update us on the establishment of legal aid in the country's 47 counties and the operationalization of the Victim Protection Fund. The fund has been established, but has it been operationalized? And what are the experience in terms of the implementation and operationalization of the fund? What are the concrete measures taken to implement the recommendations made by the multi-sectoral working group on the not more than 2/3 gender principle? What steps are being taken to implement the recommendations? Is the government of Kenya considering joining the East and Southern Africa Ministerial Commitment on Comprehensive Sexuality Education so as to sustain and enhance sexual and reproductive health rights outcomes for adolescents and young people? Can you give us update on the pending legislation on reproductive health, which we've been informed is actually pending in Kenya? The delegation is invited to provide an update on the enactment of the Reproductive Health Bill and the Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health Bill. These are pending legislation, and we'd like to have an update on progress for their enactment. The delegation is also invited to provide information on implementation of the Linda Jami, I hope I've pronounced it right, and related maternity care programs. What steps have been taken to implement those? What measure has the government of Kenya taken to ensure that the Persons with Disability Act number 4 of 2025 is implemented, including Section 9?
Honorable Commissioner, may I ask you to summarize?
Okay. Finally, this is my final. In the absence of an Act of Parliament to operationalize Article 100 of the Constitution on special interest groups, what measure is the government of Kenya taking to ensure that women with disabilities are not disadvantaged? Chair, this is the questions I have under the Maputo Protocol, and I want to thank once more the distinguished delegation for the report that has been provided under the Maputo Protocol, and to congratulate them once more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. I would now give the floor to the Commissioner, Honorable Gary.
Chair, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to join my other colleagues in thanking the delegation of Kenya for the presentation of report. So my questions relate to my mandate as Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. So the Commission welcomes the enactment of the Access to Information General Regulations 2023, reinforcing the implementation of the Access to Information Act. The Commission also welcomes the adoption of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2025, which provides a clearer definition of misinformation and cyber harassment in Kenya. We commend the landmark judgment by the Kenya's Court of Appeal, which struck down sections of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, criminalizing the spread of false news. The Court of Appeal delivered a partial victory to litigants, declaring unconstitutional sections 22 and 23 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, which criminalize false news on the grounds of legal uncertainty and susceptibility to broad application. Also, the enactment of the Data Protection Act of 2019 and Access to Information General Regulations of 2023 has strengthened legal safeguards for data privacy and public access to information. However, one key area of concern is the lack of oversight, as well as the expanded mandate of a National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee to block access to websites using overly broad and ambiguous language such as where it promotes illegal activities, or extreme religious and cultic practices. Such vague terminology risks enabling censorship of legitimate speech. It could also lead to arbitrary blocking of websites and applications or foster invasive surveillance practices, particularly during politically sensitive periods, such as periods of protests and elections. We'd like to invite the delegation to give us more information on this. Also, does the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act allow the blocking of websites and other communication platforms without court authorization? The delegation is also invited to provide an update on the adoption of a draft National Access to Information Policy and what are the main objectives of this policy. Does the state have any laws which limit the rights to freedom of expression and access to information? And do these laws, if any, take into account the principle of justifiable limitations? As regards the right to receive information, in 2023, the Commission recommended that Kenya amend the national legislation, in particular, the Penal Code, the Official Secrets Act, the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, the Public Service Code of Conduct, to ensure compliance with regional and international standards on the right to access to information and freedom of expression. The delegation is therefore invited to provide an update on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendation of the Commission. Is the Government of Kenya aware of the ACHPR Model Law on Access to Information in Africa of 2013? Can the delegation provide information on whether an independent and impartial oversight mechanism for the law on access to information has been established to ensure the promotion, monitoring, and protection of the right of access to information? And if so, does it enjoy sufficient human and financial resources to fulfill its mandate of independence? As regards the right to freedom of expression, in 2017, a High Court ruling declared Section 194 of the Penal Code on criminal defamation to be unconstitutional. Is defamation still criminalized in Kenya? If so, is the Government of Kenya considering repealing criminal defamation laws which may impede freedom of speech in accordance with the Commission's Resolution 169 of 2010 on repealing criminal defamation laws in Africa? The delegation is also invited to comment on allegations that self-censorship among media professionals is gaining ground due to judicial, political, and economic pressures. Media diversity. The delegation is invited to provide data on the media landscape in Kenya. What are the measures taken to guarantee equal access to public advertising revenue for all media without discrimination? Safety of journalists. On 23 July 2024, the Commission addressed a joint letter of appeal to the Government of Kenya regarding attacks on journalists in the country. Have specific measures been put in place by the Government of Kenya to prevent attacks on journalists and other media practitioners, in addition to ensuring investigation of the attacks and prosecution of the perpetrators, as provided in Resolution ACHPR 468 of 2020 regarding the safety of journalists and media practitioners in Africa? Are there any specific measures to protect journalists during electoral campaigns, elections, and post-electoral contexts? Freedom of expression and access to information on the Internet. has the state adopted legislation or policy to ensure universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to the Internet? Sources allege that Sections 22 and 23 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act 2018 were used to target bloggers. In the light of the fact that Internet and social media shutdowns violate the right to freedom of expression and access to information, contrary to Article 9 of the African Charter, does the state have measures in place to ensure that the body responsible for regulating the broadcast media refrains from shutting down the Internet? As regards the right to privacy, are there any spyware or surveillance technologies being currently used in Kenya to monitor online communications? Is there in Kenya any independent regulatory body to protect data comprising representatives from various societal segments? As regards surveillance, it is from reports we are made aware that Section 56 of the Security Laws Amendment Act of 2014, Section 33, which modifies the National Intelligence Act 2012, Section 34 to grant the Director General of the National Security Agency unfettered discretion to authorize surveillance to deal with, and I quote, any threat to national security or to perform any of its functions. Section 36A(1) of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012 grants extensive powers to national security organs to intercept communications. Article 36 of the NIS Act also raises concerns for the right to privacy, as it limits the right to privacy of any person under investigation. Part 4 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act 2018 grants police officers powers during criminal investigations to, amongst other things, search and seize computer data, record and access seized data, seek production of computer data, require expedited preservation and disclosure of traffic data, collect traffic data in real time, and intercept content data. Service providers may be compelled under Sections 52 and 53 of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act to collect information on behalf of the police or to allow police to collect information directly through the application of technical means. The state is invited to give more information about this. Also, sources allege that Section 36A of the Prevention of Terrorism Act grants extensive powers to national security organs to intercept communication. And also, Section 36 of the National Intelligence Service Act also raises concern for the right to privacy, as it limits the right to privacy of any person under investigation. The delegation is kindly invited to respond to the above-mentioned allegations. Thank you, Chair. I have said.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. I'll now give the floor to Honorable Commissioner Salma Sassi Safar. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity. I would also like to welcome the delegation of Kenya and commend them for the presentation of their periodic country reports with regard to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and also the report on the Maputo Protocol. Let me share some of my comments and concerns with regard to my capacity as a special rapporteur on internal displaced persons, migrants in Africa. I will begin with the refugees. The report states that the number of refugees and requesters, the demand for asylum has increased from 51 to 2025, and this is mainly women and children. The Commission commends the efforts that the government of Kenya has made for the benefit of refugees and asylum seekers, including the launch of the Sharika Plan, which is a landmark initiative aimed at integrating refugees into host communities. Kenya has often been presented as a regional example for refugee protection. My question then is how the government of Kenya is articulating the transition to an approach based on inclusion. The government of Kenya, are they aware of Resolution 565 adopted by the Commission in 2023 on the inclusion of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced persons, and stateless persons in national socio-economic systems? In addition, the Commission recognizes that Kenya's refugee situation is one of the most protracted in the world. This has been for 3 decades now. We are appreciative of the commitment of the Kenyan authorities to observe and respect the principle of non-refoulement. The Refugee Act of 2021 and the Sharika Plan improves refugee protection in Kenya, and the procedures for asylum seekers and socioeconomic rights. You mentioned this in your presentation. The right to health, work, and education is guaranteed for asylum seekers. The Kenyan government, can they give concrete information on the implementation of the 2023 Act as well as the Sharika Plan, and this in particular to do with refugees living in urban areas, and share with us their accomplishments in that regard to date? Also, with regard to the urban refugees in Nairobi and other cities, we've received information at the Commission indicating the difficulties in registration and documentation for these refugees, as well as restrictions and displacement. So the Commission would like to know what measures have been taken by the government of Kenya to enable direct registration in urban areas or the transfer of the status from a camp to a city. Does the Kenyan government, or can they share updated data on the time frame to address registration requirements? Information received by the Commission indicates that a large proportion of refugees carry out informal activities for earning a living because it's difficult to have access to documentation to enable them to get a formal job. So are there any simplified mechanisms that would enable enterprise setting up SMEs and facilitating the access of refugees to work permits and registration of their economic activities? The Commission also sent to Kenya on the 31 October 2024 a letter on repatriation of 4 Turkish refugees to Turkey. The delegation is invited to give specifics on this repatriation mentioned in this letter. The delegation is also invited to respond to information where the law on refugees of 2021, in particular Article 19, paragraph 2, provides large exceptions to the fundamental principle of non-refoulement for reasons of public morality, I quote. The Commission would also like to hear if in Kenya there are concrete criteria on the procedure for rapid and impartial processing of requests for asylum, and what is the process when there are long delays. The government of Kenya, do they anticipate digitalization and decentralization, the services of the department that provides the services to refugees in order to accelerate the awarding of birth certificates and IDs, especially in the Adab and Kalibey camps, refugee camps? And then on the last issue on refugees, the African Commission received information indicates tensions, inter-community tensions, and risk of violence, including gender-based violence in some localities in the camps in Kakuma, Dadaab, and Kalubei. The Kenyan government then, we request that the Kenyan government give us information as to whether preventive and corrective measures have been taken, in particular as far as the complaints mechanism, alert systems, and identifying and addressing such issues. Honorable members of the delegation, thank you very much. Let me look at now the internally displaced persons. I have some questions here. The report does not have information that is additional or specific on IDPs, except mentioning the National Disaster Risk Management Policy and the Climate Change Act. However, sources indicate that in May 2024, there were more than 245,000 internally displaced persons, primarily due to the prolonged drought and the floods. So the delegation is invited to provide an update on the ratification of the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons in Africa, which is the Kampala Convention. The law of 2012 on the prevention and protection and assistance to internally displaced persons in affected communities is effectively implemented in Kenya. If so, indicate what are the provisions on what you are doing as regards to the 2018 provisions set by the African Union. And now coming to migrants, does the government of Kenya consider the ratification of the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all Migrant Workers and members of their families? Is the government of Kenya aware of the African guidelines on human rights and all refugees, asylum seekers that was adopted by the Commission in 2023? It is the only instrument which deals with the protection of migrants on the African continent. The African Commission would like to have information, updated information on the legal and institutional framework governing migration in Kenya. In 2023, the Commission expressed concerns about irregular migrants' detention in Kenya. Sources informed that there was no defined policy on migrant detention in Kenya, since migrants in an irregular situation can be detained and held in general police custody and immigration holding facilities, since Kenya has not yet established dedicated holding facilities and safe houses for migrants. So the delegation is invited to respond to the aforementioned allegation. Does the government of Kenya in future anticipate alternative measures to detention of migrants for illegal entry into the country, since these measures have proved that it affects the dignity of migrants? Now, the last category that I have some questions on is statelessness. The Commission notes with appreciation that the government of Kenya did officially recognize the Pemba community as one of the country's ethnic groups, and this allows its members to be issued with national IDs and grants them access to citizenship rights and essential public services. However, your report indicates that during the 2023 Global Refugee Forum, Kenya did pledge to eliminate statelessness by 2027. Now, in line with this, the National Action Plan is currently being developed to guide the implementation of this commitment. The plan also includes registering stateless persons as citizens, enacting legal reforms, and acceding to the 1954 and 1961 UN conventions. So the delegation is invited to provide updates on all these initiatives and commitments above mentioned. The delegation is also invited to provide details on birth registration in Kenya. Is it free and easily accessible to the entire population, particularly in remote areas? And in addition, are women allowed to transmit their nationality to their children and foreign spouses? Does the Kenyan law allow dual nationality? The African Union adopted in February 2024 at its summit the protocol to the African Charter on the specific aspects of the rights to nationality and the eradication of statelessness in Africa. Does the Kenyan government plan to ratify this protocol to better address issues related to nationality and statelessness? We thank you for your attention and thank you for participating in this interactive dialogue. Thank you so much, and back to you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. We will now give the floor to Commissioner Desso to take the floor on questions relating to his mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies again to you, Chair, on the confusion that I caused earlier, thinking that I was continuing with presenting my special mechanism. I will be engaging you this time around on the special mechanism relating to the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations in Africa. Looking at the report, and this mechanism covers the right to natural resources on Article 21 of the Charter and the right to environment on Article 24. Looking at the report, I felt that I know that there is a lot that Kenya could have provided in terms of details, from the Constitution to specific laws relating to mining, oil, and other areas which are not really reflected here. So in the interest of complementing the information that you have provided, including the adoption of a national action plan with respect to business and human rights, which we welcome, I would appreciate if you provide further details relating to Article 21 and 24. And to that end, one of the questions that I would like to ask is whether you are aware of and had an occasion to engage the state reporting guidelines of the African Commission on Articles 21 and 24 of the Charter. I take note of the fact that Article 69 of the Constitution of Kenya gives recognition to the rights under Article 21 and 24 of the Charter. I would appreciate your additional information, the provision of additional information that indicates to us how this provision in the Constitution is being operationalized in practice. I do also know, among others, it guarantees benefit sharing for local communities, host communities, where natural resource extraction takes place. I am cognizant of the fact that there was a benefit sharing bill that is still pending. I would like to know what is blocking the enactment of that bill, and whether there is a timeline for finalizing the enactment of that bill. With respect to questions of consultations, participation of affected communities in areas where extraction is happening, can the delegation share with the Commission practical experiences of how consultations, participation have taken place, including the kind of measures that have been taken to reflect and incorporate the concerns and views of affected communities. I think it would be good if you give us, practical examples of, for example, how that has been implemented in relation to the Tullow Oil Total investment project that's happening in Kenya, or with respect to the Phoenix mining that is happening in Kenya in practical terms. What measures have been taken to address issues relating to free, prior, informed consent of local communities, to address issues relating to community displacement from land, and also what measures are taken with respect to transparency requirements, particularly in terms of making licensing agreements available to the public. I do understand that there is an act to that effect, but implementation of that act, how that is done, and if you give us specific examples in relation to specific extractive operations that are that I am aware are being conducted in the context of Kenya. What measures are also taken to address particularly vulnerable groups, the issue of vulnerable groups, such as, for example, questions of child labor in the extractive industry sector that exist in Kenya. With respect to access to justice, remedies, and accountability measures, we would appreciate if you inform us about the legal standards in Kenya that provide for administrative, civil, and criminal accountability and responsibility for extractive activities when extractive activities lead to violations and contrary to the standards agreed in those contexts, and what kind of dispute settlement mechanisms and grievance and redress processes are available, including with respect to displacement. With respect to the right to environment, again, I would invite the delegation to consult with the state reporting guidelines. But as I do that, I would wish to kindly ask questions relating to not just the legal and institutional measures with respect to, for example, the kind of environmental impact assessment, social impact assessment that was carried out in respect to specific projects that would illustrate to us the steps and the strides that are being made to comply with the Charter standards. How about measures that are taken in the event of environmental degradation, such as, for example, mercury contamination that is reported in some of the projects that are being carried out in Kenya? What kind of redress and responsibilities are being carried out in that respect? And what obligations, legal obligations, do extractive operations have as far as environmental standards are concerned, including in terms of their supply chain processes? What are the judicial or non-judicial remedies that are in place for affected communities when it comes to environmental damage that is done in the course of extraction, but also other major projects that are carried out or implemented as part of development projects? And if you give us specific examples of compensations and remedies that have been given to people who have been affected, either as a result of the operation of extracting companies, whether in terms of displacement or in terms of environmental damage caused by the operation of extractive company. If you give us specific examples of compensation and remedy given to affected communities to illustrate how these issues are implemented. And I think finally, from my side, Chair, it would be good if you also provide us indications with respect to the various legal regimes that exist, including the law reform process in relation to the mining, oil, and generally the implementation of development projects, specifically also addressing the issue of accountability, the issue of transparency in terms of revenue, accountability for revenue receipt and its availability for the public, and when revenues are for a number of reasons lost, what kind of responsibilities are put in place. Finally, Chair, we have been requesting for undertaking a promotion mission to Kenya, and we know that there is a goodwill for granting us authorization for undertaking that visit, but it would be remiss of me if I do not raise this issue again and get your kind feedback on the request that we have put forward. Once again, thank you very much to the delegation for affording us this important opportunity to engage in this substantive exchange. Thank you, Chair, for your understanding and for the indulgence.
Thank you, Honourable Commissioner. Let me now give the floor to the Honourable Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I too would like to welcome the august delegation of the Republic of Kenya. I would like to interact with this delegation on the areas of interest of Article 5 of the Charter, the communication on the Committee on the Prevention of Torture. We have 3 points: prevention of torture, assistance to victims. In Kenya, there is a law on the prevention of torture which provides for prevention and prohibition as well as punishment and assistance, of course, to the victims and prevention of treatment that is not dignified. Does Kenya anticipate ratification of the protocol on the Convention on the Prevention of Torture and Inhumane Treatment? Article 2 of the Law of 2017 on the Prevention of Torture stipulates that torture, if the context requires otherwise, if the context requires otherwise, constitutes as acceptance of torture on certain conditions or in certain situations. So can you give us clarification on what this means in your law? The Committee on the Prevention of Torture noted that in Kenya, torture and other related violations take place often in the context of peaceful demonstrations and demonstrations in general. So my question is to know, are there any training efforts or capacity building efforts underway for the police and the law enforcement authorities as far as human rights in terms of how to manage public gatherings and demonstrations? What principles are in place to prevent and combat torture in fighting terrorism? And what is the role of the National Human Rights Commission in Kenya in prevention of torture? Do they have access, free access, that is, in unlimited access to those detained? Still under torture, the Commission notes the establishment of a tripartite group comprised of the prosecutor, the police monitoring IPORA group, and the efforts that have been made to carry out investigations on allegations of torture and the pursuit of any civil servants who have been accused of torture. A report has been sent to the Commission, and there have been 6 complaints on torture against the I'm referring to paragraph 60 of your report. There's provision for investigation, I beg your pardon, of acts committed by the police and state officials. The delegation, however, needs to provide additional information on this aspect. In terms of assistance to victims of torture, I have 2 questions. What concrete measures have been taken by the Kenyan government to ensure that the fund for victims of torture is fully operational 2 years after it was established? And secondly, the government of Kenya is invited to provide information on measures taken to ensure that reparation as well as compensation and rehabilitation for victims of torture in accordance with our Commission's resolution number 303 of 2015 on the right to reparation and rehabilitation for victims of torture. I have a last question. This is on the use and production of torture equipment or material. The Committee on the Prevention of Torture in Africa is concerned about the sale and production of tools used for torture. We had a report in 2023 on the instruments of torture being sold in Africa. We would like the Honourable Delegation to indicate to us if national legislation in Kenya prevents expressly the production, import, sale and use of torture instruments. If there is such a prohibition, what are the provisions, the legal provisions and relevant mechanisms to ensure that it's effectively implemented? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Thank you, Chair.
The Attorney General, Head of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the delegation of the Government of the Republic of Kenya. At this juncture, I'd like to ask questions under my mandate as chairperson of the working group of the death penalty, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearances. My questions will be centered around the right to life guaranteed by Article 4 of the Charter. So I will speak first of all about the death penalty and thereafter enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and then we'll wrap up with enforced disappearances. Now, as regards the death penalty, we understood that death penalty is still practiced and is still in your legislation, but you have taken the option to observe a moratorium on this execution or death penalty. So since 1987, there hasn't been any. It has not been implemented in Kenya, and you're showing your resolve to maintain this moratorium on execution. And this enables me to say that in 2024, your country, Kenya, voted in favor of this 10th resolution of the United Nations General Assembly calling for a global moratorium on the death penalty. My question is to know if in 2027, because the same resolution will be proposed by the General Assembly of the United Nations, is Kenya still ready to confirm this its vote in favor of the abolition of the death penalty or this moratorium? In 2023, a draft law to amend the penal code was initiated in your country. But ever since, although this draft has been discussed before the Justice and Legal Committee, ever since it has not been adopted. So we'd like to have more information on the process. I would like to know if there are hurdles in adopting this draft law. Just as information, we have initiated, that is the Commission, since 2015, a draft protocol to the African Charter on the death penalty. You know that the Charter doesn't talk about death penalty, so issues relating to this topic are addressed through Article 4. That's under the right of life. To fill this gap, we initiated the protocol to the Charter on the death penalty. I would like to know if your country is ready to support the adoption of this protocol on the African, for validation by the African Union bodies. We also expressed our doctrine on the death penalty, and this is a general observation that's on the right to life. Do you have knowledge about this general observation, and are you ready to disseminate it at the national level? So we've taken due note, that's the Commission, of since the Moratorium 2 decision, those who were sentenced to death have the possibility of requesting the review of their sentence. And from the document that was submitted to us, I also heard that in your presentation that 662 persons who were sentenced to death was commuted to a life sentence. But there was some slight incoherence or maybe a misunderstanding from my end, because you also say in the report that that during the period under review, 150 people are currently detained, and they are all been condemned and sentenced to death, or they will risk the death sentence. So there's a difference between 662 and 162 deaths that have been committed, and 150 people who are currently on death row. So I'd like to have some explanation on that. I should point out that in 2023, our Commission had already congratulated you when your country took the initiative to commute a death sentence to life imprisonment. Now, as regards extrajudicial killings, your report mentions that the Office of the Republic manages 136 penal codes, including 30 to extrajudicial killings. You also mentioned in your report that the group of experts the panel of experts on compensation of victims of demonstrations and public protests between the period 2017 to 2025 addresses cases of extrajudicial killings. So we'd like to know if measures have been taken to address the root causes of extrajudicial killings in order to combat and prevent the excessive use of force during protests, public protests. Generally speaking, we'd like to know what the preventive measures have been taken to fight against extrajudicial killings. Now, with regard to enforced disappearances, the report informs that you have not yet ratified the International Convention for the Protection of People Against Enforced Disappearances. My colleague Deso asked you if you were ready to ratify this convention. So I'd like to back up that question that was put to you by Commissioner Deso. I also like to seize the opportunity to inform you that since 2022, our commission adopted guidelines on the protection of all persons against enforced disappearances. I'd like to know if your delegation is aware of these guidelines and if you are ready to disseminate them at the national level. I also like to make appeals, to wrap up with appeals with regard to enforced disappearances, cases of enforced disappearances that have been pointed out to you through urgent letters, but we have not received any response. And this concerns 3 human rights defenders, Mr. Bob Mishemi Njagi, Mr. Longton Jamil, and Mr. Aslam Longton. We would like to know what fate was reserved for these people if proceedings had been opened and if they've been found. In a release that we published in 30 December 2024, 29 individuals were abducted, and we haven't received any reaction with regard to the information that we gave you. We'd like to know if measures have been taken to follow up on the recommendations that we formulated in that press release. So that's, in a nutshell, the few questions that I wanted to put to you. And this brings an end to the dialogue that the Commission started with you since morning under the presentation of your report. Also, once again, I would like to join my colleagues to congratulate you on this will expressed by your country to comply with these obligations under the Charter of Human and People's Rights. We are aware that so many questions were put to you this morning and that you need time to understand and assimilate everything and provide the necessary answers. That is why that at this juncture, we're going to give you time to withdraw, and we would like to meet you tomorrow for about 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes. I will give you the floor again to enable you to provide answers to all these questions that have been put to you. Of course, we also reserve the possibility of you providing some more answers in writing. Head of delegation, if you want to make any spontaneous statement at this moment, you are free to do so before we allow you to go. The floor is yours.
Chairperson, honorable commissioners, distinguished delegates, let me reaffirm the appreciation of the delegation of the Republic of Kenya to the positive spirit that has been demonstrated by the Commission in the course of our interaction. We appreciate the constructive dialogue. Indeed, we have noted each of the questions that you have articulated to us. We consider that this will, in many ways, continue to enrich and fortify the process that is intended by this reporting mechanism. And so, yes, we appreciate also the opportunity to consider the questions, give due regard to comprehensive responses that I and my team will be looking to share with the Commission tomorrow. But allow me, Chairperson, to respond to one, and this regards the mentioned by the Commissioner responsible for my country, Honorable Solomon Darso, with regards to a possible visit to our republic. I wish to reiterate the fact that Kenya is a firm believer and is committed to the principles of multilateralism. We indeed maintain an open invitation to the special mechanisms, both the United Nations, the African Union, and other multilateral bodies to which the Republic of Kenya is participating. And so we can very well, even in this floor, indicate our in principle commitment to facilitate any such future visit as it would arise. And so we look forward to interacting with the Commission in this and many other manners in which the Charter and the processes will allow. And with that, we thank you for this morning. We do appreciate your attention to our presentation, and we also thank you for the constructive and positive way in which you have posed questions towards us. We look forward to our further engagement with you tomorrow. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite my colleagues to go and greet the delegation. We have just wrapped up with item 9 of our agenda. Now the Commission will open item 4 on the situation of human rights to receive statements from states and an answer. So I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency, Alfonso Suemo Mokwe, the Vice Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea. Excellency, you have the floor for your statement.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express on behalf of the government of Republic of Equatorial Guinea and on my own behalf our profound gratitude to the Secretariat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for organizing this 87th ordinary session, as well as of the attention and facilities provided to our delegation during our stay in the sister Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I appear before this Honorable Commission representing the government of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea with the high honor of reaffirming my country's firm commitment to the promotion, protection, and the consolidation of human rights in accordance with the principles contained in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol, the Kampala Convention, and other regional and international legal instruments ratified by our state. Our presence at this August forum also responds to the respectful request made by the Secretariat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, motivated by the virtue of Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol, as well as Article 14.4 of the Kampala Convention concerning the obligations of member states to submit periodic reports. Your Excellencies, the government of Republic of Equatorial Guinea continues to make significant progress in strengthening the national, institutional, and legal framework around human rights, particularly in the implementation of the recommendations received following the presentation of the last national report corresponding to the Universal Periodic Review. Among the most significant achievements attained, the following deserve mention: the progressive strengthening of the national institutions responsible for the promotion and protection of human rights, the consolidation of public policies aimed at protecting women, children, persons with disability, and other vulnerable groups, the promotion of awareness raising and training initiatives on human rights directed at different sectors of public administration and society, the continuation of national programs for access to education, health, and social protection, the strengthening of cooperation with regional and international human rights mechanisms, etc. Estimated delegates, my government considers that the challenges around human rights require an approach based on constructive dialogue, mutual respect, international cooperation, and recognition of the diversity of historical, cultural, and social context of each state. The Republic of Equatorial Guinea reiterates its willingness to continue collaborating closely with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as well as with all African and international mechanisms aimed at promoting human dignity, peace, justice, and sustainable development. In this regard, the government of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, which I have the magnificent honor of representing again before this audience, respectfully greets you and expresses its desire to receive this honorable commission soon in the city of La Paz, the new administrative capital of our country, for the work of initiation, advancement, preparation, and presentation of the initial report concerning the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Likewise, we wish to express our best wishes for success to this 87th ordinary session, trusting that its deliberations will contribute significantly to the strengthening of the African system for the promotion and protection of human rights. The Republic of Equatorial Guinea reaffirms its determination to continue promoting and defending the human rights contained in the African Charter, its protocols and conventions, and other international legal instruments ratified by our country. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Honorable Vice Prime Minister, thank you for your statement. The Commission has taken to note. I would like to thank you for the support that you're providing to the mandate of supporting and protecting human rights. At this juncture, I'd like to give the floor to Uganda, His Excellency Rebecca Otango, for right of response.
Your Excellency Chair, the delegation of Uganda would like to appreciate you and the commissioners for giving us another opportunity. And this is the third since we came to this session. Your Excellency Chair, we take the floor to respond to the concerns raised by the activity report of the Special Rapporteur on the women, wherein allegations of increased gender-based violence and teenage pregnancy were raised. Chair, Uganda is mindful of the challenges of teenage pregnancy and the plight of the teenage mothers. In response, the government has implemented various policies, strategies, and mechanisms to address this challenge. Through the Ministry of Education and Sports, the government developed and is implementing the revised guidelines for the prevention and management of teenage pregnancy in school setting in Uganda, and that is 2020 revised guidelines, which is aimed at supporting the pregnancy in school setting, in preventing and managing pregnancy in schools setting, and also aid the entry of the girls who get pregnant, especially after the COVID lockdown. The guideline emphasizes the measure to be taken by the schools to encourage the deliberate prevention of teenage pregnancy through the provision of information and growth development, as well as highlighting the risk associated with the early sex and early pregnancy amongst the young people. Currently, a national strategy to end child marriage and teenage pregnancy 2022-23, 2026-27 is being implemented and has yielded positive impact, ensuring that the perpetrators of teenage pregnancies are held accountable and society-based approaches to keep girls in schools is implemented too. Your Excellency Chair, concerning allegation on gender-based violence, would like to respond that the government of Uganda do not condone acts of gender-based violence. Government continues to undertake various legal, policy, and institutional mechanisms to prevent such harmful acts and protect the victims and hold the perpetrators accountable. Under Article 33 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, it is provided that the state shall protect the women and their rights, considering their unique status and natural maternal functions in the society. The Constitution further requires that all laws, cultures, customs, or traditions which are against the dignity and welfare or interest of the women, which undermine their status, are prohibited by this Constitution. Steps have been taken to domesticate this provision, including the enactment of Domestic Violence 2010 Act that provides for the protection and relief of victims of domestic violence and provides for the punishment of perpetrators of domestic violence. In addition, government adopted and is implementing the national policy on elimination of gender-based violence in 2019 to streamline and deepen efforts to combat the gender-based violence in the country. Your Excellency Chair, Uganda ratified the Maputo Protocol, and Uganda is in advanced stages of considering the ratification of AU Convention of Ending Violence Against Women and Girls to further strengthen existing measures against gender-based violence. Further, specialized institutions and mechanisms have been put in place to counter cases of gender-based violence against women. The measures have registered positive impact over the years. Within the criminal justice system, specialized family protection units and gender-based violence shelters have been established that provide safe places for the gender-based violence victims, ensuring their protection and rehabilitation while accountability mechanisms are enforced. In addition, special gender desk has been put, and it is now in all law enforcement institutions, that is the police stations across the country, and specialized court sessions focus on only gender-based violence cases are held to provide specialized support and fast-track the handling of the cases. The mechanism serves to send strong messages, and it must to the perpetrators that the accountability is a must. All these efforts do demonstrate Ugandans' commitment to end gender-based violence and teenage pregnancies in the country. These interventions have registered positive impact and will continue to be implemented for the foreseeable future. Once again, Uganda extends gratitude to the Commission for raising this observation, and indeed, we share the concern and we are dedicated to the efforts to end gender-based violence, working together in a concerted effort. Thank you, Your Excellency Chair.
The Commission has taken due note of your declaration as your right of response. I will now give the floor to the delegate from the Republic of the Gambia.
The report of the Gambia Press Union delivered on the 13th day of May 2025 concerning the state of press freedom and freedom of expression in the Gambia. We reaffirm at the outset that the government of the Gambia remains fully committed to the promotion and protection of freedom of expression, media freedom, access to information, and democratic participation guaranteed under the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and other international human rights instruments to which the Gambia is a state party. Indeed, substantial and international recognized progress recorded by the Gambia in recent years speaks for itself. As acknowledged by the GPU itself, the Gambia currently ranks 46 globally and 8th in Africa on the 2026 Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index. Clearly, this represents one of the most significant democratic transformations on the African continent within less than a decade and reflects the existence of a far more civic and media environment than that which existed prior to 2017. The registered progress is neither accidental nor cosmetic. It is a direct consequence of deliberate constitutional, legislative, institutional, and governance reforms undertaken by the government of the Gambia since the democratic transition in 2016. First, Your Excellencies, the Gambia has undertaken unprecedented legal reforms affecting freedom of expression and media practice. Following the decision in the Federation of African Journalists and others versus the Gambia before the ECOWAS, the Gambia complied substantially with the decision of the ECOWAS Court of Justice by repealing criminal sedition and provisions relating to criminal defamation, which were equally declared unconstitutional by Supreme Court as it relates to the case of the Gambia Press Union and the Attorney General, Civil Suit Number 1 of 2024. The delegation acknowledges the existence of provision relating to false publication and broadcasting under the Criminal Offences Act 2025. However, it's important to underscore that the right to freedom of expression as guaranteed under the Constitution of the Gambia is not absolute, like most constitutional democracies and international human rights instruments, including Article 9 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The exercise of freedom of expression is subject to lawful limitations that are necessary, reasonable, proportionate, and just in a democratic society, particularly where issues of public order, national security, public safety, reputation of others are implicated. Accordingly, the provisions in question are not intended to suppress legitimate dissent, criticisms, or independent journalism, rather to address deliberate, false, and malicious publication capable of public harm, incitement, panic, or serious injury to individuals' rights and societal stability. The application of these provisions remains subject to judicial oversight and constitutional safeguards. The delegation further submits that the broader legislative and institutional reforms undertaken since 2017 demonstrate the Gambia's unwavering commitment to democratic governance, media reform, and civic participation. These reforms have significantly expanded democratic space, strengthened constitutional liberties, and dismantled a number of laws and practices historically associated with restrictions on media freedom and civic expression. Secondly, Your Excellencies, the recent enacted Criminal Offences Act 2025 revealed several archaic sedition-related provisions inherited from colonial and authoritarian eras, including provisions criminalizing criticisms relating to the precedent judicial processes. This is a major democratic reform which must be objectively acknowledged within the broader context of legislative modernization. Third, Your Excellencies, the Gambia enacted the Access to Information Act 2021, thereby becoming one of the few countries in the region with a dedicated legislative framework recognizing access to information as legally enforceable right. The Act establishes an Information Commission session and creates enforceable obligations on public institutions regarding disclosure and transparency. While GPU acknowledges non-implementation of the ATI framework, it is important to place matters in a proper context. Institutional implementation of right-based legislation is a progressive matter, requiring administrative preparation, sufficient budgetary allocation, regulation, staffing, digitization systems, and nationwide sensitization. Significant progress has already been made, including but not limited to the establishment of an Information Commission framework, development of implementation regulation, ongoing consultation with the stakeholders, institutional capacity building effort across ministries, departments, and agencies. The suggestion that non-complete operationalization amount to deliberate refusal by the government is therefore inaccurate and does not fairly reflect the realities of public sector institutional reform in a developing democracy. With respect to allegations concerning arrests, investigations, or legal proceedings involving journalists, The delegation submits that the isolated law enforcement encounters should not automatically be characterized as systematic attacks on press freedom. Like all citizens, journalists are not immune to the ordinary application of the law, especially where their activities transcends beyond journalism to infraction of the laws of the land. Importantly, none of the incidents referenced by GPU resulted into enforced disappearances, prolonged incommunicado detention, media shutdown, extrajudicial targeting, or systematic censorship practices associated with authoritarian rule. In several instances cited by the GPU, the journalists concerned were released promptly, judicial remedies remain fully available and accessible to all, the matters are either before a competent court or under institutional review, and media institutions continue to operate freely and publish criticisms of government without closure or suspension. Your Excellencies, drawing the distinction is important because democratic societies governed by the rule of law must carefully balance freedom of expression with legitimate public order, due process, institutional security, and administrative justice. Regarding the ongoing civil defamation proceedings involving public officials and the media outlet, the delegation underscored that the matter is currently sub judice before the High Court. However, it's important to state that the right to access to courts and the protection of reputation are themselves recognized legal rights under both domestic and international law for everyone, regardless of the peasant status, to utilize in a democratic society. The mere existence of civil proceedings initiated by individual public officials does not automatically equate into state-sponsored repression or institutional hostility towards the media. The delegation further notes that several legislative proposals referenced by the GP, including the Cybersecurity Bill, Communication Bill, are currently under review and at parliamentary consideration and have not yet become law. The Gambia democratic process expressly permits stakeholder participation, public scrutiny, parliamentary review, and constitutional challenge before the courts where necessary. The government has consistently encouraged consultation involving civil society, GPU in particular, development partners, technical experts in relation to these legislative processes. It is therefore inaccurate to portray the existence of proposed legislation within an active democratic legislative process as evidence of authoritarian or repression. Democracies routinely legislate in areas such as cybersecurity, digital communication, data protection, national security, and online harms. The critical issue is ensuring compatibility with constitutional safeguards and human rights obligations, which is a guiding compass for the Gambia government. The delegation equally wishes to clarify that Public Utilities Authority, PURA, exercises statutory regulatory functions pursuant to existing communication laws. Any proposed broadcasting or digital content regulation remains subject to stakeholder engagement, legal scrutiny, and constitutional limitations under Section 25 of the Constitution, which guarantees freedom of expression. Furthermore, allegations suggesting the absence of political will to protect journalists do not fairly reflect the current realities in the Gambia. The delegation wishes to underscore that since 2017, no journalist has been forcefully disappeared, no media house has been arbitrarily shut down, no journalist exiles have returned and resumed their activities freely, independent radio stations and live platforms continue to operate across the country, criticisms of government officials occur daily across traditional and digital media platforms without institutional censorship. Civil society organizers and media actors continue to engage public authorities openly, including before regional and international mechanisms such as the Commission. These developments, Your Excellencies, constitute measurable and empirical indicators of the democratic openness and media pluralism. The Gambia nevertheless acknowledges democratic consolidation remains a continuing process and does not claim institutional perfection. Like many transitional democracies, the Gambia continues to face challenges relating to institutional capacity, legislative modernization, security sector reform, digital regulation, and balancing competing constitutional rights in an evolving media landscape. However, this allegation must be assessed fairly, proportionally, and within the broader context of the Gambia's remarkable democratic transition towards constitutional governance and human rights reforms. We thank you all, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
The Commission would like to thank you and have taken note of your statement. I will now give the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Commissioner, for giving me this opportunity to address some of the issues raised by the Commissioner. First of all, we would like to appreciate Honorable Commissioner Maria Loza Bomo for her report, particularly on the fact that the Burundian refugees are being returned voluntarily. And Tanzania has been playing a significant role in collaboration with the UNHCR in ensuring that refugees who opt to go back to their country of origin are rated in the condition of suffrage and dignity. We would also like to inform your esteemed Commission that the Nduta refugees camp has been closed early this May after all refugees were returned to Burundi and their country is in peace. Honorable Commissioner, concerning the issue of Humphrey Polepole, we would like to inform your Commission that there is a pending appeal in the Court of Appeal of the United Republic of Tanzania. Hence, it is against the principle of fair trial and the independence of judiciary to continue deliberate that matter in this forum. Concerning the issue of torture, under the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania, Article 13, torture is prohibited totally. Further, the Constitution provides that for the purposes of preserving the rights and equality of human beings, human dignity shall be protected in all activity pertaining to criminal investigations and the process, and in any other matters for which a person is restrained or in the execution of sentences. Also, the government undertakes regular training for law enforcement and the judicial officers on human rights obligation, freedom of expression, and professional conduct, reinforcing accountability and the adherence to the rule of law. Concerning the ratification of the Convention Against Torture and the other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment and the optional protocol, the Tanzanians is still making consultations and engagement with relevant stakeholders with the objective of obtaining their views and options. Tanzania would also like to inform your esteemed Commission that there are ongoing consultation and engagement with the stakeholders to obtain their view with the objective of assessing the possibility of ratifying the protocol to the African Charter and the human and people's rights relating to the persons with disability. Also concerning the issue of rights of women, the government recognizes and upholds the right of every individual to make a voluntary decision about family planning method. Through the Ministry of Health, family planning services and education are provided free of charge at all levels of health facilities across the country. The family planning service provision follows national guidelines and the standards for quality of provision of family planning care, which include clients, providers' rights in the provision of family planning services, also family planning compliance in terms of voluntariness and the free decision. And the third one, informed choice for client using planning method. These standards are guidelines are designed to ensure that women have the information, respect, and the autonomy needed to make their own decision about which family planning method of her choice to use. Lastly, the United Republic of Tanzania is committed to the promotion and the protection of human rights and commend the work of the Commission, and we are ready for the openness and the accountability and also support the work of the Commission. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Now, that declaration tantamounts to the end of item 4. I would now give the floor to the Vice Chair so that we will be able to look at the following items so that I can do my report. Thank you, Chair. I will now give you the floor to hear you with respect to the report on the death penalty. Distinguished delegates, the report that I am presenting here today is submitted in accordance with Rules 25 and 64 of the 2020 Rules of Procedure of the Commission and Section 3 of the Rules governing the establishment and operation of the Commission's special mechanism. It covers activities carried out during the intercession period from October 2025 to May 2026. The report is made up of 4 chapters. Chapter 1 provides an overview of the issues addressed by the working group, including the death penalty, extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings, and enforced disappearances in Africa. Chapter 2 covers activities that I carried out in my capacity as the chairperson of the working group, whilst Chapter 3 concerns the activities carried out in my capacity as country rapporteur. Finally, the last chapter, Chapter 4, is devoted to the conclusions and recommendations. With respect to the situation of death penalty, extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings, and enforced disappearances in Africa, I will start with the death penalty to state that during the period under review, the situation regarding the death penalty in Africa remained unchanged. Out of the 54 state parties to the Charter, 25 have abolished the death penalty for all crimes. 3 have abolished it for ordinary crimes, while 17 other states observe a moratorium on executions. Thus, in relative values, 78% of member states of the African Union today have adopted an abolitionist position in law and in practice. The Commission has repeatedly highlighted the ongoing use of the death penalty for offenses that do not constitute the most serious crimes, which is sometimes imposed as a mandatory sentence. And this is a clear violation of international standards for the protection of the right to life. Furthermore, while the moratorium introduced by many states represents a significant step towards definitive abolition, the Commission, however, notes that these achievements are fragile. In some countries, populist or security-focused political rhetoric is fueling calls to consider these measures on the grounds that exemplary justice is indeed needed in response to rising crime, terrorism, or social crisis. In this regard, the Commission expresses its grave concern at the Council of Ministers adoption on 4 December 2025 in Burkina Faso of a draft law reinstating the death penalty. This reinstatement appears to continue a serious setback to the protection of the right to life in the light of standards set out in General Observation Number 3, which clarifies, which we elaborate on the right to vote. Similarly, concerns expressed by the Commission in its previous reports regarding the lifting of the moratorium on executions in the DRC remain fully valid. The number of death penalties in that country, let me inform you, remains very high. And therefore, the Commission reiterates its call for increased efforts to preserve the moratorium that have been in effect since 2003. In carrying out its specific mission to promote the right to life, the working group that I have the honor of heading is firmly committed to all state parties and continues to advocate that the states which still apply the death penalty should consider establishing or strengthening the moratorium on executions and adopting measures to commute imposed death sentences. With regards to the states that have chosen to retain, again, capital punishment in their legislation, the Commission clearly indicates in General Comment Number 3 on the right to life, we indicated that the death penalty should only be imposed for the most serious crimes. With respect to the study that we launched on the death penalty, the Commission, since November 2011, has adopted a study on the situation of death penalty in Africa. This reference document has become, in many respects, obsolete and has been updated to reflect developments and also to address new issues that have arisen since its adoption. For this, the working group was mandated to review this document. It convened 3 consultation meetings online, which enable us to have a revised version, and the work is currently underway. With respect to the draft protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the abolition of death penalty that I indicated previously, this draft drawn up by the African Commission is part of the African system gradual evolution in the protection of human rights. As early as the 90s, the Commission began expressing concerns about the use of the capital punishment on the continent, notably by passing resolutions calling for a moratorium on execution. This process gained further momentum with the establishment in 2005 of the Working Group on Death Penalty, charged with conducting studies and proposing guidelines towards its abolition. It is within this framework that we took the decision to prepare a draft protocol to fill the legal void in the African Charter. Like we said, the African Charter does not specifically mention death penalty, and these matters are addressed through Article 4, which deals generally with the right to life. Now, to prepare this protocol, we took the option of putting in place an inclusive approach, consultations by organizing 6 conferences to discuss the project and to agree on a consensual text, and which will be presented to the African Union. Therefore, a first regional conference devoted to Central African countries and Eastern and Southern Africa was convened in Kigali, in Rwanda, 23rd to 24th September 2009. A second conference was convened from 12 to 15 April in Cotonou, and was attended by a representative from West Africa and also representatives of state parties, African Union organs, United Nations body, NHRIs, and civil society organizations. These regional conferences was followed by a continental conference in June in 2014, and it marked a decisive turn in the consultation process on the draft protocol. In the declaration issued after the meeting, participants stated that the abolition of death penalty enhances human dignity and the progressive realization of human rights. They therefore urged the member states of the Union to adopt a draft protocol on the abolition of the death penalty to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. After these extensive consultations, the draft protocol was adopted by our Commission and availed to the organs of the African Union for validation. Today, this draft, I can announce that this draft would be considered by the PRC on 10th July 2026. I would like to seize this opportunity to urge the party states to support this draft protocol. In my report, I have included the draft protocol and that 6 articles that I will not name, so I will invite you to read that report. Another working group conducted a plaidoyer, an advocacy meeting in Addis Ababa to support the adoption of this text. On that occasion, the delegation held consultations with several stakeholders, accredited missions, as well as institutional parties. The Francophonie Organization, Ethiopian Human Rights Institution, National Human Rights Institution, and they have sensitized the stakeholders and to receive comments. Now, on the issue of enforced disappearances is a cause of concern as conferred to the African Commission. In this regard, our Commission has put in place the opportunities by the promotion mission to encourage member states to adopt the legal framework aimed at preventing the crimes of enforced disappearance. Out of the 54 African countries, 21 have ratified or adhered to the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances. We will urge the states that have not ratified the said convention to do so. We would like to inform you that since 2022, our Commission availed itself with guidelines for the protection of all individuals against enforced disappearances to guide their legislation. So that they would be in compliance with the guidelines that we have when it comes to protection of individuals against enforced disappearance. We are concerned that several reports have arrived in relation to cases of enforced disappearances in many countries. The Human Rights Watch report, which was submitted to our commission, underscored serious allegations of extrajudicial killings in the fight against armed forces in Burkina Faso. According to this organization, these harassments are attributed to the national security forces as well as the volunteers for the defense of the fatherland, and they call this anti-terrorist operation. The report indicates several cases where civilians without formal evidence of collaborating with terrorist groups were arrested and then summarily executed outside any judicial framework. Human Rights Watch also highlights a worrying trend of targeting certain communities, particularly the Fulani, who are victims of stigma and collective suspicion, according to HRW. In some cases, military operations have led to massive reprisals against entire villages, resulting in the deaths of many civilians, including women and children. The organization specifically refers to recent incidents in which hundreds of people were reported to have been killed during operations conducted by the armed forces. Finally, the report draws attention to the climate of impunity surrounding these violations, characterized by a lack of independent investigations and effective prosecution. These findings, brought to the attention of our committee, underscores the need for rigorous monitoring and concrete action regarding the protection of civilians and rule of law. During our previous report, we had expressed our concerns about the lack of news or significant progress regarding several missing persons in countries within our docket. I had indicated the case of Madu Sawadogo, known as Leche, and Mifal Usman Langkwandi, two members of Balai Citoyen organization who disappeared respectively 21 and 30th March 2025, as well as Mr. Bukari Sidebe, who has been missing since his abduction in April 2025. The fate of these three human rights defenders in Burkina Faso is still unknown. In Mali, the lawyer Muntaga Tal, a leader of the political party National Congress for Democratic Initiative, was also abducted from his home on 2nd to 3rd May 2026 by armed men who took him to an unknown destination. Muse Jire, also known as Abba, and Yusuf Daba Jawara, both human rights defenders, have been missing in similar circumstances. Since the beginning of May 2026 in Mali, our commission has published a communique to urge the government in that regard, and an urgent letter of appeal was also sent. To date, we would like to state that Moudou Biroba and Foniko Menge, disappeared since 2024, have still not been seen. The working group, the same appears for journalist Marwan Kamara and Sadoni Mango, who have disappeared since 2024. Our group, without taking position on the material veracity of the alleged facts that I have mentioned, is seized of this case and reiterates its request to the government of the relevant state parties to open impartial investigation to establish the causes and undertake appropriate operations to locate the victims and, where applicable, provide the affected families. Now, with respect to extrajudicial or arbitrary killings, are a major concern in the African continent, in particular when it comes to armed conflict, counter-terrorism operations, and the law enforcement. In several states, particularly in the Sahel region in Mali, Burkina Faso and Chad, combating against Boko Haram, there are persistent allegations of the excessive use of force by security personnel, including execution of individuals suspected of criminal act or terrorist act without trial. These practices seriously undermine the right to life as guaranteed by the African Charter and often reflects structural failures in security governance, law enforcement oversight, and independence of the judicial system.
The persistence of these violations is closely linked to impunity and lack of transparency when handling allegations. In many cases, this deals with activities that we would investigate as chair of the committees. I did participate in the ordinary session in Banjul in October 2025 and the 39th extraordinary session, which was held in December, and the 86th ordinary session, where the Commission adopted several documents and decisions. I will mention this in the second report later on. During this period, there were urgent appeal letters that we received as the working group. In November 25, I did co-sign an urgent appeal letter to His Excellency Doumbouya following the abduction in Conakry of 2 sons of an artist. We requested the Guinean authorities to clarify on this abduction and to ask whether there had been investigations on this. We've not yet received their response. On the 8th of October 2025, I did sign an urgent appeal letter to the President of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Traoré. This was following the adoption of the Council of Ministers' death penalty. In the letter, I appealed to the government of Burkina to suspend all proceedings aimed at reintroducing the death penalty, but also to preserve the important gains that have already been achieved in terms of the right to life. On the 5th of March 26, I signed an appeal letter to the head of to Mamadi Doumbouya. This was with regard to an abduction, 2 abductions in Guinea. We asked the authorities of Guinea to investigate and to carry out prompt, impartial and independent judicial investigations regarding these abductions. We have received information indicating that these 2 people have been released. We deeply regret the lack of response to the urgent appeal letters that I mentioned. For example, DRC in November 24 concerning the disappearance of 2 human rights defenders, Mr. Sinhazera and Mr. Sasita. We've not yet received responses. Similarly, urgent letters sent to the Guinean authorities have not been responded to, as well as other letters sent to the Guinean authorities in July, December and November 2025. We did send an urgent letter to the President of the Republic of Chad, His Excellency Deby, with regard to the alleged execution and arbitrary arrest of Lamarania in January 25. We've not received a response. We also sent a letter to the President of the Transition of the Republic of Mali following the enforced disappearance of Mr. Magassa. We've not received a reply. In November 2025, I co-signed a letter with the Special Rapporteur with regard to the extrajudiciary execution that took place in that country. In February 26, the same letter of concern was sent to Burkina Faso, and this was with regard to dissolving political parties and secret detentions of several members of the defense forces. We requested that Burkina Faso ensures that a fair trial is conducted for Lieutenant Colonel Doumbouya and his co-defendants. On the 5th of March 2026, I co-signed a letter to Burkina Faso regarding conditions of arrest and detention of several defendants, as well as allegations of torture and inhumane treatment involving and criminal proceedings involving magistrates, customs officials and lawyers. I've signed other urgent letters. This is a public report. You can find additional information on our website. For my mandate as country rapporteur, I will give you an overall situation of the human rights situation in the countries that I deal with: Chad, the Comoros, Burkina Faso. For Burkina Faso, they are still dealing with a concerning situation because of the terrorist attacks that continue and destruction of property. Attacks are carried out by terrorist groups, national defense forces, and the auxiliaries. We've called for impartial investigation into these attacks and all other human rights violations against civilians. We do reiterate our concern regarding the shrinking of the civic space in Burkina Faso and the suspension of political activities since September 22. The dissolution of all political parties and groups since February 26, and repeated abductions of human rights defenders, journalists, and judges who criticize the government. The Commission calls on the Burkina Faso authorities to reverse these measures as they violate the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the African Charter, that is, freedom of association, expression, and right to participate freely in the conduct of public affairs. For the Republic of Guinea, the political transition that followed the 2021 military coup was ended with a presidential election on the 28th December 25. However, leading opposition figures were excluded or forced into exile, and some parties called for a boycott of the electoral process. Restrictions on fundamental freedoms persist. Political parties' activities are limited. Suspension measures against certain media outlets. There have been reports of arbitrary arrest, abductions, and enforced disappearances. Despite some isolated advances in the area of transitional justice, we had the conviction of former officials for past crimes. There's still widespread impunity for recent human rights violations. Human rights organizations continue to call for structural reforms and the lifting of civil restrictions on civil liberties. For the Central African Republic, on the 28th of December 2025, elections took place: presidential, legislative, regional, and municipal. They were the first since elections in 1988. We saw positive progress in terms of the peace process thanks to disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration operations, as well as the return of the armed group MPC to the political agreement for peace and reconciliation. There was a resolution 2800 and a meeting with the Security Council of the UN that took place. The delegation that I had the honor of leading assessed the situation on the ground in a fact-finding mission in April. We commend the Central African government's efforts to restore peace and state authority throughout the country. We did highlight that there are still significant challenges that exist which hinder the protection of human rights. There is ongoing insecurity, accusations of witchcraft against elderly women, underrepresentation of women in the National Assembly, overcrowded prisons, dilapidated prison infrastructure, inadequate food provided for inmates, etc. Now coming to Chad. Chad continues to face significant challenges as it fights terrorist group Boko Haram. Since 2025, there have been several serious incidents along the border between Chad and the Sudan. We've seen continued incursions and civilian and military casualties. There are thousands of refugees who are fleeing the fighting in Sudan coming in as well. There have been escalation of violence, drone attacks on the border in March 26 in Tine, which claimed several civilian lives, worsened tensions and increased militarization in the area. The government has denied any involvement in these drone strikes. In addition to security risks, there are tensions that have exacerbated major humanitarian crisis because of the influx of Sudanese refugees into Chad, which puts additional pressure on the resources and stability. The Commission calls on the Chadian authorities to continue providing necessary assistance to refugees and appeals to the international humanitarian community to assist the Chadian government in caring for these vulnerable groups, in particular in the refugee camps. There were 8 political opponents who were arrested on the 25th of April in 2026, the day after the Supreme Court of Chad was dissolved. On the 28th of April 2026, the Public Prosecutor's Office charged them with insurrection, rebellion, disturbing public order, and unlawful assembly. We call on the Chadian authorities to refrain from any action that infringes upon freedom of association and freedom of the press, as well as to reconsider the measures revoking citizenship issued on 17 December against Nkeba and Saleh. We deplore the fact that the death of the opposition figure Yaya Dillo in 2024 has still not been clarified. The same applies to international inquiry announced by the authorities following violent crackdowns that left more than 200 people dead in October. Looking at the Union of the Comoros, there were some disturbances this week. However, there are other persistent human rights challenges. We have concerns as to allegations of arbitrary arrest, restrictions on freedom of expression, treatment of political opponents, and the protection of human rights defenders. Structural constraints related to institutional capacity and socioeconomic conditions affect economic and social rights. The Commission notes the existence of initiatives aimed at promoting human rights and encourages the authorities to reinforce institutional safeguards and the rule of law. I'd like to point out that the Comoros is one of the few countries that has never submitted a periodic report to the African Commission, despite having ratified the African Charter in 1986. We reiterate our call on the Comorian authorities to comply with this requirement of this charter. I have some conclusions, recommendations, Chair. The Commission reaffirms its continued commitment to promote and protect the right to life in Africa, working alongside state parties, organs of the AU, and its partners in order to combat extrajudicial summary or arbitrary killings, as well as to accelerate the abolition of the death penalty. The Commission intends to intensify its advocacy, standard setting, and capacity building efforts. We make the following recommendations to state parties where the death penalty exists to observe a moratorium on the application of the death penalty in accordance with Resolution 42 of 1999, to suspend the execution of prisoners sentenced to death and commute their sentences to lesser penalties, to ratify and implement relevant international and regional instruments relating to the protection of the right to life and the prohibition of enforced disappearances, to incorporate explicit safeguards prohibiting extrajudicial, summary, or arbitrary killings into national legislation. For the African Union, we request to adopt the protocol of the African Charter on the abolition of the death penalty to strengthen coordination among human rights bodies and to encourage the integration of the right to life into the African Union's peace and security policies. To the national human rights institutions, we request they strengthen their capacity to monitor, investigate, and document violations of the right to life, to produce periodic public reports on the situation regarding death penalty, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearances, and to serve as a channel for the implementation and follow-up of the Commission's recommendations. To the civil society organizations, we request that you develop national and regional coalitions to strengthen advocacy for the abolition of the death penalty, to bring cases of violations to the working group, and to strengthen community awareness raising initiatives and promote a victim-centered approach. To the technical and financial partners, we request that you support justice and security sectors in their reform programs, to fund initiatives for data collection, to support states in implementing public policies aimed at abolishing the death penalty and prevent serious human rights violations. We encourage regional and cross-border strategies to combat forced disappearances and conflict-related violence. Here I come to the end of my report. Thank you very much for your report. Given the time constraints, we do have a list of speakers. For the states, we recognize the Kingdom of Lesotho and 2 NGOs who want to speak about the death penalty. We will start with the Kingdom of Lesotho and request that you be brief in your intervention.
Honorable Chairperson, for the presentation of his report on activities undertaken during the intersessional period. We commend him for an excellent manner in which he has been presiding over the deliberations of this session thus far. We have great trust in his skillful leadership and assure him of Lesotho's support during his tenure as the chairperson of the Commission. We also wish to congratulate the Commission for this commemorative session. The commemoration of the 40th and the 45th anniversaries of the African Charter offer an important opportunity to revitalize its spirit. Against a backdrop of searing conflicts and increased strains in the multilateral architecture, progress on the respect for human rights remains a critical imperative. In this regard, Lesotho believes that even after 40 years, the African Charter still remains a vibrant and a living document that is imperative for the protection and promotion of human rights in our continent. Mr. Chair, even though Lesotho still retains death penalty in her statute books, on the face of it, one could say there is an implied de facto recognition of a moratorium on death penalty in our country, as the last time the death penalty was applied was in the year 1996. This is a clear indication of the government's endeavor to balance the will of the Basotho people with its commitment to international human rights standards. In the same vein, the Fugitives Offenders Act of 1970 upholds the principle of non-refoulement, ensuring that individuals are not extradited to situations where their lives may be endangered. On the issue of arbitrary arrests and detention, Lesotho remains gravely concerned with the alarming rates of arbitrary killings in the continent. Deprivation of liberty, imposed arbitrarily, is a flagrant violation of regional and international human rights law. We wish to report that the Constitution of Lesotho stands as a steadfast guardian of the fundamental human rights and freedoms of every individual. Among these cherished protections are the rights to personal liberty and a fair trial, principles that are mutually reinforced to shield citizens from arbitrary arrest and detention as enshrined in Section 6 of the Constitution. The supreme law of the land clearly outlines the circumstances under which personal liberty may lawfully be limited, whilst also prescribing the procedural and administrative safeguards that must be observed in carrying out arrests and detentions within the bounds of justice and human dignity. To further uphold these rights, Lesotho has established numerous legislative and institutional measures. The Penal Code Act of 2010, together with the Children's Protection and Welfare Act of 2011 and the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Amendment Act of 2011, collectively prohibit and safeguard against crimes that threaten the dignity, safety, and well-being of vulnerable individuals and communities. It is a fervent view that over and above the implementation of national laws on arbitrary arrest and detention, implementation of guidelines established by the African Commission on improving arrest and pre-trial conditions emerge as critical, as this will help states in their efforts to preserving the rule of law, protecting the presumption of innocence, and preventing human rights violations in general. Mr. Chair, we are pleased to inform that Lesotho has submitted its state party report under the United Nations Convention on Enforced Disappearances and is scheduled for review in September this year. This reporting process has provided a meaningful opportunity for the nation to reflect deeply on its position regarding the death penalty, enforced disappearances, and extrajudicial matters. Through this reflection, existing gaps in national measures have been identified, and sincere efforts are underway to address and bridge them in pursuit of justice, accountability, and the protection of human dignity. Would like to conclude, Mr. Chair, by once again thanking the Honorable Chair for this insightful report and welcome the recommendations as reflected in the report. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We take note of your statement. I would like to call upon Ensemble contre la peine de mort to now take the floor to make their statement. Let me invite the representative of Chad to take the floor. Please be brief. We are behind time. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor once again. Honorable Chair, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, the delegation of Chad would like to thank you, Chair, for the quality of your report and would like to take up some of the issues that you raised with regard to the situation in Chad so as to provide some clarification, and we trust that this will contribute to finalizing the assessment of the situation in Chad. We want to give some context. With regard to the issue of the death penalty in Chad, Chad, in its law, the centrality of human life is provided, and human life is sacred and their rights are inviolable. All the right to life, security, protection of private life, etc., are provided for in our law. Our penal code and the law of 2020 provides for combating terrorism, which is a threat in our country currently. And we also take up the abolition of the mandatory death penalty here. We have a second protocol on the International Pact on Civil and Political Rights aimed at abolishing the death penalty. So we are currently adopting this, and this demonstrates a commitment of our country to re-engage with the international community as we address the issue of abolishing the death penalty. Chair, your report talks about a letter sent to His Excellency the President of our country, but we need clarification on the activities on the 14th January 2025, which took place in our country. An investigation on these activities has been launched by the relevant department, and we are awaiting conclusions of investigations. In that case, once we receive this, we will respond to the letter sent by the Commission. There were two events which are unrelated So there was a robbery, and one of the passengers in a vehicle where they were traveling was injured. In the second case, there was a misunderstanding between a law enforcement agent and a young person, or a group of young people who were carrying firearms, and when the altercation resulted in them firing, this was considered as a rebellion. The armed forces intervention led to the death of 4 people and 1 military personnel. Investigations led to the arrest of 12 people, and they were brought before the courts in accordance with the laws of the country. The government of Chad will communicate and respond to the letter of the Commission with regard to these incidents. For the country report, the government of Chad thanks the rapporteur for having given special focus on the situation in the eastern part of the country and its conclusions. We, however, would like to remind you that the drone attacks in March 2026 that you mentioned on the Chad-Sudanese border led to the death of numerous persons, more than 20 to be precise, and a larger number of injuries. We have opened an investigation in Jamena, and the relevant authorities dealing with terrorism are also involved. The team is led by some military experts. The issue of compensation of the Hissan Habre victims was also mentioned in your report. The government commends the African Union for establishing a trust fund on this and thanks the Commission for its advocacy as far as this fund being repatriated. We thank the chair of the Commission mentioning that Chad has begun to fulfill its obligations with regard to this trust fund. We take note of the recommendations made by the Commission that we carry out the use of this fund in a transparent manner and to ensure that victims and their families be compensated as we implement this use of this fund. In regard to the arrest of the GCAP Political Actors Consultation Group, we mentioned this in our introductory statement when the session began. Just to remind you that from our viewpoint, the head of the party can be arrested like any other citizen if there is any violation of the laws of the country. If they violate any provisions of the law will take its course. The law, no one is above the law in the country. That's what I would like to reiterate. Before I close my statement, my delegation would like to point out that the government of Chad reaffirms its commitment and to uphold the protection and promotion of human rights as per the Charter and all other international provisions that we have signed. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your intervention. Given the time constraints, I would like to ask the human rights, the ECPM, Together Against the Death Penalty, to take the floor. We will need to end very soon, so I cannot be continuing our session. The participants need to take a break. I think it's better that once these delegations have concluded, we will hear from the chair of the rapporteur, and we will have to do this after lunch. So let's take an hour's break and we will continue where we have left off. Thank you so much for your understanding.
We would like to invite you for refreshment in the same rooms in which tea and coffee was served earlier today. Thank you very much and bon appetit.
Lunch or tea and coffee?
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, Let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive, and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream. Protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely, organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue au Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore ci doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
I now have the distinct honor and pleasure of inviting the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Idrissa Sow, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, Chair.
En effet, la commission que j'ai l'honneur de présider demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration continue de la situation sécuritaire dans certaines régions du continent où les conflits armés, le terrorisme, les crises communautaires exposent les populations à des violations graves et massives de leurs droits et aux déplacements forcés. Il est tout simplement impossible d'ignorer la persistance de ces foyers de conflit qui compromettent gravement la jouissance des droits humains, en particulier les droits économiques et sociaux.
The heartbeat of a continent. One rhythm, one pulse, one Africa. We are not just the cradle of humanity, we are the guardians of its dignity. The African Charter is not a scroll of ink. It is the breath of our founding fathers and the shield of Africa's human rights. From the Cape to Cairo, let every border bend to justice. Let every nation sign the promise that no voice is silenced, no right is rationed, and no person is left behind. Ratify the dream, protect the people. Africa, rise for your rights.
It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission, being held in this warm, beautiful, and historic city of Banjul.
La session que nous ouvrons ce matin revêt une signification particulière, car elle se tient au cours de l'année qui marque la 45e anniversaire de l'adoption de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, notre instrument de référence, et le 40e anniversaire de son entrée en vigueur. C'est le lieu de rendre hommage à toutes les personnalités qui ont porté la vision, les rédacteurs qui l'ont matérialisé, et particulièrement les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, qui par leurs actions résolues ont permis à l'Afrique de se doter d'un système régional de protection des droits de l'homme ancré dans ses réalités, ses valeurs et ses aspirations.
The African Union Commission reaffirms its commitment to continue the cooperation and complementarity with the Commission in supporting member states to translate commitments into concrete action for the benefit of our people.
We recognize that the silence of the guns in Africa is inextricably linked to the protection of the individuals. Without respect for human rights and accountability, there can be no lasting peace. And without peace, rights remain fragile.
Human rights are not abstract principles. Human rights are about whether a child has access to education and safety. Human rights are about whether a woman has control over her body. Human rights are about whether citizens can speak freely organize peacefully, and trust the very institutions meant to protect them. Peace and security cannot be separated from governance and human rights. Where justice is absent, instability grows. Where exclusion persists, insecurity deepens. And where institutions fail to protect the dignity and rights of citizens, trust is eroded and tensions rise.
Je peux vous assurer que la Cour, pour sa part, est disposée à collaborer avec les autres organes et de mener à bien notre mandat commun relatif à la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
As Africa embraces technological innovation, we must therefore ensure that emerging technologies remain guided by ethics, inclusion, and the protection of fundamental freedoms.
Together we must build a stronger, more responsive and truly inclusive African human rights system that protects children's rights today for a prosperous Africa tomorrow.
The spirit of Banjul must travel far beyond these halls. It must reach communities that never sent a delegate to any of our sessions. The legacy of this commission will be measured not by the sophistication of its resolutions, but by the protection it delivers to the ordinary African men, women, and children. May this 87th session be bold in its decisions, honest in its assessments, and precise in its demands. May it strengthen our collective resolve to build an Africa where dignity is not aspirational, but lived. It is my honor to declare the 87th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights open.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bi yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez rejoindre vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux.
Bon, nous reprenons, mesdames, messieurs, le débat et j'appelle ensemble contre la peine de mort. Est-ce qu'ils sont dans la salle? Bon, en attendant, j'appelle l'association des familles de prisonniers des disparus sahraouis. Oui. À vous la parole. Pardon, le micro ne marche pas.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Commissioners of the African Commission on Human People's Rights, distinguished delegates, distinguished representatives of the civil society. We would like to laud the confident efforts made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in promoting and protect fundamental rights on the continent. With regard to the death penalty, we would like to laud the sustained efforts deployed by the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic to establish an official moratorium on the death penalty in the territories under its control. No execution has been carried out. SADC continues to work with international abortionists to consolidate this moratorium and to advance towards total abolishment of the death penalty. As regards forced and forced disappearance, there are no cases of enforced disappearances under the area controlled by SADC. But however, I would like to draw the attention of the Commission and this working group on the mortal victims due to bombardments from drones on the liberated territories. These attacks have led to civilian loss of lives, tantamount to extrajudicial killings, and require sustained attention of the African Commission. SADC continues to make efforts for abolishment of the death penalty in accordance with the universal jurisprudence, especially the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons Against Enforced Disappearances. On the enforced disappearances, our main concern is cases that have not been proven. We would like to remind the 351 cases committed by Morocco itself since 2010. Families of disappeared persons have been waiting still for the exercise of their right to truth, justice, reparations, and guarantee of non-repetition. Honorable Chairperson, the African Commission plays a pivotal role in this, and it shouldn't be a dead letter, so that those who are responsible for serious violations should be brought to book. SADC is available and ready for any constructive collaboration with our commission, so that to advance justice, truth, and reconciliation for the Sahrawi people and all the peoples of the region. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Ensemble contre la peine de mort, that's Together Against the Death Penalty. They are online. Are you ready, ECMP? Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Please proceed. Mr. Chairperson, with all due respect, I'm pleased to address you today on behalf of Together Against the Death Penalty. I'd like to draw the attention of the Commission for women who have been sentenced to death. Although women account for less than 5% of those who have condemned to death in the world, they are often accused of crime against, and when they are victims, mitigating circumstances such as domestic and sexual violence are hardly taken into account. In Africa, this reality is very well known. The Commission has adopted a resolution on the need to better protection of women sentenced to death in Africa that calls for states to commute sentences and formulate practices that render justice for women. The ACMP lauds this progress and encourages the Commission to continue this light and to ensure that the agenda should be mainstream in all issues. Women are not only affected as those who are sentenced, they are also affected as mothers, wives, and sisters of people that have been sentenced to death. So moreover, women engaged for abolition face additional hurdles. They suffer from attacks, intimidation, and gender-based violence just because of their commitment for human rights. Reaction is actually indispensable to move this movement or campaign forward. Statistics, according to sex, we call on African states to improve data collection, to adopt gender-sensitive approach, and work towards abolishment. We'd like to appeal to the Commission to continue the impact of death penalty on women. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for the transition. We have exhausted the list of speakers. I don't see any further requests for the floor in the hall. I'm not going to give the floor now to yield back the floor to Honorable Chairperson to listen to his report. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chairperson. I'm going to present the second report, which is on my intercession activities as Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I'm going to come up with a summary since the report has been published. This report is submitted in accordance to Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission, and these are activities I undertook as chairperson of the Commission during the intercession period. Since the 85th ordinary session held in 7 October to 30 October 2025 in Banjul in the Republic of Gambia. During this period, I coordinated the activities of the Commission and supervised the work of the Secretariat. I coordinated promotion and protection activities carried out by Commission members, in addition to the work of the Secretariat under the period review. I provide all the guidelines on various issues for smooth functioning of activities of the Commission and its Secretariat. I also ensured the monitoring of planned activities under the annual work plan of our Commission. I also, as chairperson of the work that I chaired on 13 December 2005, the 39th session, and we dealt with issues on our mandate. During this session, the Commission adopted 58 and 59 activity report combined, and several decisions, especially on the communications and electronic management of data and on resolutions. From 23 to 9 March, I chaired work of the 46th ordinary session of our commission that took place virtually. The deliberations were on the review of communications and on the adoption of final concluding remarks on the periodic report of Tunisia and the Arab Republic of Egypt. The Commission also reviewed and adopted several institutional documents, including the strategic plan of 2026-2028, the implementation plan of the document, the annual work plan 2026, and the mission report of promotion in implementing and standard operational procedures in public relations. The resolutions were also reviewed and adopted, especially on the freedom of artistic expression in Africa, on electoral integrity, criminalization of torture, and access to information on an environment. For the details, please refer to the final press release. As regards to my participation organized by mechanisms of our commission, I took part in the opening of the regional workshop in Dhaka in 2026 on the Convention of the African Union for the elimination of violence against women and girls. I reminded the systemic nature of this violence and underscored that it is both a violation of human rights and an obstacle to sustainable development. From 5 May 2026, I took part in the regional forum in Dhaka devoted to extractive industries, enterprises, human rights, and the environment. This forum, under the leadership of the Commissioner Deso, was a platform of dialogue and action aimed at strengthening governance on the issues of exploitation of natural resources of our continent. From 11 to 12 February, I virtually took part in the meeting of the Permanent Representatives Committee on Institutional Reform. Discussions on strategic guidelines aimed at strengthening efficiency, coherence, and accountability of the organs of the Union. I underscored in my presentation the importance of ensuring that these reforms take into account the mandate and the independence of African mechanisms of protecting human rights. This participation also enabled me to contribute to reflections on the international stance of the Commission and the means of consolidating its role in the African governance architecture. From 18 to 21 November 2025, I undertook a courtesy visit and advocacy visit to Addis Ababa at the headquarters of the African Union. The visit sought to present officially the vision and the strategic priority of the Bureau that was elected in October to the main partners of our organ. In this light, we held working meetings with the ambassador of the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Gambia, Egypt, South Africa, Burundi, Djibouti, and the Tunisian Republic. We also held discussions with His Excellency Mahmoud Aliou Youssef, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and His Excellency Bankole Adeoye, Commissioner of the Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union. We also plan other visits during which we will meet other representatives, diplomatic representatives to the African Union. This visit was also an opportunity to discuss the situation of human rights in Sudan and to present the report of the fact-finding joint mission to the partners concerned. I also took part in the meeting of the deliberative organs of the African Union, and in this slide I'm preparing the 55 ordinary session of the PRC. I also took part in the 48th ordinary session of the Executive Council of the African Union from 11 to 12 February 2026. I also took part in the 39th ordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union. As regards the meetings that took place on the sidelines of the summit, I led a delegation of African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and we visited the ambassador of China, head of the mission of to the Chinese mission to the African Union. We also held meetings with the of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Addis Ababa, as well as the African Union delegation in Addis Ababa. We also held a meeting with the Bureau of the International Organization of Francophonie based in Addis Ababa. I also took part as to comment in the opening ceremonies of the various sections of the organs of the African Union, and I participated virtually on the opening ceremony of the ordinary session of the Pan-African Parliament on 3 November 2025. And opening of this session, I delivered a message of solidarity in which I reiterated my thanks to the Pan-African Parliament for the adoption on 5 June 2024 of the resolution supporting the draft protocol to the chart on the abolition of death penalty in Africa. Also call on the acceleration if it's reviewed by the deliberative organs of the African Union, and call on all state parties to support its adoption. I also took part virtually on the opening of the 14th session of the African of the ACWRC held in November 2025, and I also took part virtually on the judicial opening of the African Court on Human Rights that took place in November 2026. I also took part on the session of the human rights that took place on 17 April 2026. That was the for the 6th session. During my speech, I lauded the quality of cooperation between our Commission and the African Community on Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, while highlighting a dynamic complementary illustrated by joint initiatives and a common commitment for the promotion of the rights of the child. As regards meetings organized by the United Nations organs, I took part in the official ceremony marking this 70th anniversary of the International Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination, Racial Discrimination, and this I also took part to deliver a message underscoring that racism was a fundamental violation of human dignity before focusing on the need for reparative justice for Africans and people of African descendants in line with the theme of the African Union of the year 2025. I also took part in an advocacy mission on the mission of a fact-finding mission in Sudan, and under the framework of activities of advocacy of our commission, which took place from 22-26 March 2026. I accompanied Honorable Commissioner Vice Chairperson Atem Asayam, and as well as the Honorable Commissioner Selma Safi. During this report, the Vice Chairperson revisited this, and I'm not going to overemphasize on the development. I'd just like to specify that on the sidelines of this mission, I took part in a commemorative event marking the International Day of Remembrance of Victims of Slavery, and during which I made a speech underscoring the importance of the historic memory of human dignity, justice, and the fight against a contemporary legacy of slavery, especially discrimination, exploitation, and dehumanization. I also took part in this 138th session of the United Nations Working Group on Enforced Disappearances that took place from 6 to 8 May 2026. During this occasion, I took part in a roundtable with experts, especially the chairperson of the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and we discussed on the legal framework of preventing and protecting all persons against enforced disappearances. From 5 to 6 February 2026, I took part in the 15th Biennial Conference of the African Network on Human Rights in Yaoundé, in Cameroon. And during this occasion, I made a speech during the opening ceremony. I made a presentation on the jurisprudence of our commission. As regards our participation in the panel on the situation of human rights in Africa on 6 March 2026, I sent a speech to the panel on the situation of human rights organized in Geneva by this African Center for Democracy and Studies on Human Rights. I made an inventory contact of the situation of human rights in Africa, marked by important progress as well as persistent challenges. Honorable Vice Chair, and this is in a nutshell the few activities that I wanted to share with you with the framework for this report. Thank you, and I yield the floor back to you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for your report and for the concise nature of it. I open the floor. Do we have any requests for the floor following the report presented by the Honorable Chairperson? I can't see any request for the floor, so I'm now going to give the floor straight to move on straight to the report of Honorable Solomon Deso to wrap up our reports for today. Honorable Commissioner Deso, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. I will be presenting my activity report during the intersession period, covering activities undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission, as chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights, and also chairperson of the Resolutions Committee, in my capacity as country rapporteur of the various countries, activities undertaken in relation to the study on the impact of climate change on human and people's rights as well. I will present some of the highlights relating to my engagement as a member of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I participated in the 39th extraordinary session of the African Commission that was held privately from 8 to 13 December 2025, and the details of the activities undertaken, including the presentation and consideration of draft decisions on communications and other documents, as well as the review and adoption of resolutions, is to be found in the report presented by other colleagues as well, and also on the website of the Commission. During the Summit of the African Union in February 2026, I joined as a member of resident Commissioner of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I joined the delegation of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in attending the various summit-related activities of the African Union, including the 48th Ordinary Session of the Executive Council of the African Union, in which the Commission's activity report, particularly the draft decision on the activity report of the Commission, was considered and adopted. On 14 and 15 February, I also attended the 39th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, where various decisions that are of concern for the African Commission on Human and People's Rights were adopted, including those relating to the review of the report on the African Union Industrial Reform and the annual report of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, which covers the activities of also organs. I also attended the Commission's 86th Ordinary Session, held privately from the 23rd of February to the 9th of March. I participated in the presentation and consideration of communications on alleged human rights violations, review of promotion mission report, and various other documents. I also coordinated the convening of the Resolutions Committee and presented the report of the committee and the resolutions that the committee proposed for the plenary of the Commission. During that session, I co-sponsored the development of a resolution on access to information and the right to safe environment, which was adopted by the Commission. Protection activities undertaken during the intersession period. Various protection activities involving participation in a fact-finding mission, the issuance of urgent letters of appeal and press statements on urgent human rights issues relating in particular to countries of my responsibilities were undertaken. On the sidelines of the AU Summit in February 2026, I joined the delegation of the Commission in a meeting with the chairperson of the AU Commission, during which the report of the fact-finding mission on Sudan was delivered to the chairperson of the AU Commission. In my capacity as focal person of the Commission on Human Rights in Conflict Situations, I emphasized the fact that the human rights violations documented in the report, particularly those relating to Darfur, exhibit conditions that clearly meet the threshold for the application of Article 4H of the Constitutive Act of the African Union. In my capacity as a member of the fact-finding mission and focal person of the Commission on Human Rights in Conflict Situations, I joined the conduct of the Commission's fact-finding mission on Sudan in a field mission to the camps in the Republic of Chad, housing Sudanese who fled the war in Sudan. The mission was conducted in the camps near the border with Sudan from 19 to 23 January 2026. This mission provided the members of the fact-finding mission first-hand information and insight into the scale, nature, and context of the violations perpetrated, particularly in Darfur, in the course of the war in Sudan since its outbreak in April 2023. We listened to some of the most harrowing accounts of brutality and gratuitous violence inflicted on the civilian population in this war. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who shared the violence that they personally endured or otherwise witnessed, for their courage and generosity, despite the pain, scars, and grief that they carry, and urge us all that we stand in solidarity with them and many other Sudanese by echoing their voice and by pressing for peace, justice, and accountability. On 11 March 2026, I issued a press statement welcoming and commending the swift action taken by the Kenyan authorities in rescuing an East African activist. I highlighted the importance of prompt state action in situations that threaten the safety and fundamental freedoms of human rights defenders. I further underscored the duty of states to ensure their protection and reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to safeguarding individuals who play a vital role in advancing human rights across the continent. On 23 November 2025, I issued a statement expressing grave concern over the abduction of school children in Nigeria. In my capacity as Commissioner and Country Rapporteur, I strongly condemned this violation of the rights of children, including their rights to life, dignity, education, and security. I called on the Nigerian authorities to take immediate and effective measures to secure the safe release of the children, to strengthen protection mechanisms to prevent such incidents, and to ensure that those responsible are held accountable. I also joined in issuing a letter of urgent appeal with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, condemning the arrest of a journalist, Ahmed Issa Sakpe. We called on the relevant authorities to provide further information pertaining to Mr. Sakpe's arrest and encouraged them to repeal defamation and insult criminal laws. On 27 April 2026, I issued a statement deploring the xenophobic attacks and vigilante conduct perpetrated on nationals of other African countries in the Republic of South Africa after the emergence of a fresh wave of anti-immigrant violence that particularly targeted nationals of other African countries from regions outside of North Africa. Additionally, on 5 March 2026, together with the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, we issued a combined letter of concern denouncing the assassination of Mr. Zwele Kabadela Makhide, the treasurer of the self-styled movement Abhalali Basejodolo, which comprises shack dwellers. The letter of concern deplored this incident and reminded the government of South Africa of its commitments as enshrined in the African Charter and related soft law instruments pertaining to the operations of human rights defenders and the exercise of freedoms of expression and association. The Commission also requested the government of South Africa to shed more light on the incident, to conduct investigations on the matter, and to implement recommendations encapsulated in General Comment number 3 on the right to life. On 28 January 2026, a statement was issued calling for the prompt cessation of indiscriminate attacks and threats against civilians and the escalating hostilities in the Republic of South Sudan. I recommended that the government of South Sudan would ensure the immediate cessation of attacks and incitement to violence, including ethnically targeted actions, while publicly condemning such conduct and preventing its recurrence, and call urgently engage in political dialogue with the SPLM in opposition, in cooperation with the African Union and United Nations, to advance full implementation of the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan, and to guarantee unimpeded humanitarian access and comprehensive support to victims and their families, and recommit to the agreement by enabling an independent investigation into violations and the factors driving the current escalation of hostilities in South Sudan. On 27 February 2026, I issued a statement deploring the actions of the government-allied South Sudan People's Defense Forces, which lured villagers from their homes with the promise of humanitarian aid before opening fire on them and killing at least 25 civilians, including women and children. In the statement, we called on the Republic of South Sudan to ensure accountability for all perpetrators through fair judicial process, provide reparations and psychosocial support to victims' families with unhindered humanitarian access, strengthen the protection of civilians, especially women and children in conflict-affected areas, and urgently pursue an unconditional cessation of hostilities alongside an inclusive national dialogue to prevent further escalation of the situation into full-scale war. On 21 March 2026, I also sent a letter of urgent appeal to His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, expressing concern over reports on the escalation of fighting in South Sudan involving indiscriminate use of force with devastating consequences to civilians, and specifically regarding the order issued by the South Sudan People's Defense Forces requiring civilians, humanitarian organizations, United Nations personnel to evacuate the area within 72 hours ahead of a planned military operation. We reminded His Excellency, the President of the Republic, South Sudan's obligations and commitments enshrined in the African Charter, specifically Articles 1, 4 on the right to life, 5 on freedom from arbitrary intervention, on Articles 12 on freedom of movement and the right to peace and security, and Article 23 of the African Charter. We also urged the government of South Sudan to ensure the protection of civilians, including internally displaced persons and humanitarian personnel, through strict adherence to international humanitarian law, by exercising maximum restraint to prevent harm to civilians in Akobo County and guarantee safe and unhindered humanitarian access to those in need. And we urged reaffirmation of commitment to the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan by addressing security concerns through its established mechanisms and engaging in constructive dialogue. Promotion activities. I participated in the Commission's advocacy mission in the course of the engagement that I highlighted earlier on, and as chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, I also participated in the 10th anniversary award ceremony of the National Coalition of Human Rights Defenders in Kenya, which was an occasion for me to express my solidarity with human rights defenders of Kenya for their courage, which constitutes part of the critical conditions necessary for accessing human rights. I would like to kindly acknowledge with appreciation their kind gesture of according me with recognition for Global Solidarity, with Global Solidarity Award. Activities undertaken as chairperson of the working group. On 23 October 2025, I convened a panel titled Confronting the Grave Environmental Crisis Facing Africa and Safeguarding the Right to Environment. This was an important panel that brought to light some of the pressing environmental threats that various regions of the continent are confronted with very dire consequences to the rights and freedoms of communities and individuals, and therefore constituting grave threat to Article 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Within the framework of the task of the conduct of a study on climate change entrusted to the working group, I carried out the assignment by the Commission for developing and submitting to the African Court the Commission's legal opinion as input to the Court's advisory opinion on the human rights obligations of states in the context of climate change. To this end, I convened consultation with experts on 21 November 2025. The consultation helped to receive inputs and insights from experts from diverse backgrounds on the issues that need to be canvassed and the principles and legal standards that should inform the legal opinion that the Commission would submit to the African Court in relation to the request for an advisory opinion by the Pan-African Lawyers Union on the obligations of states in the context of climate change. Subsequently, I worked on the legal opinion of the Commission, drawing not only on the input received from the expert consultation, but also the soft law instruments of the African Commission and the draft study on climate change that I had the pleasure of conducting under the authority of the Commission. Upon its completion, the legal opinion of the Commission was submitted to the African Court on 31 March 2026 through the established channel for channeling communications to the African Court. I also worked on mobilizing support for the implementation of some of the strategic priorities of the working group on extractive industries, most notably the convening of a continental forum on extractive industries, business, environment, and human rights, and the development of the general comment on Article 24 of the African Charter. Following receipt of funds for these priority areas, I spent the months following the African Union Summit in February 2026 working with the Secretariat in the conceptualization and organization of the convening of the Continental Forum for the first time outside of the public session of the Commission and as a standalone platform. Eventually, from 5 to 6 May 2026, in Dakar, Senegal, I led the convening of the Commission's Regional Forum on Extractive Industries, Business, Environment and Human Rights in Africa, under the theme, Advancing Responsible Extractive Governance in Africa in the context of the global rush for critical minerals, insights from 40 years of promotion of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The conference, opened by the Senegalese Minister of Mining and Petroleum, brought together 84 participants involving state representatives, several AU institutions, experts, environmental human rights defenders, civil society actors, representatives of affected communities. And it was graced with the presence of the chair of the Commission, in addition to the participation of members of the working group, including the vice chair of the working group. This continental platform, which is the first of its kind, served not only for sharing of experiences on extractive industries and human rights in Africa, and platformed the experiences of affected communities, but also for identifying emerging trends and legal, policy, and institutional avenues for advancing human and people's rights-based and sustainable use of natural resources for the uplifting of the standard of living of Africans. The forum concluded with the adoption of a declaration identifying best practices and principles, and actionable steps for follow-up. You will find the details of the declaration on the website of the Commission. Additional to, but within the framework of the forum, I also convened a separate expert consultation for receiving input on the draft outline for the drafting of the general comment on Article 24 of the African Charter as signed by the Commission. For purpose of this consultation, I prepared and presented a background report together with a draft outline for the general comment. The report drew on the thematic report that I presented during the 85th ordinary session of the Commission and will be uploaded alongside the draft outline to inform and guide public input in the development of the general comment. The consultation helped to receive rich input for expanding and refining the draft outline. The updated version of the outline will now be published on the website of the Commission for inviting input of proposed content to form part of the different sections of the general comment. And I would like to appeal on states parties, civil society organizations, NGOs, affected communities to provide substantive inputs that would form part of the content of the draft general comment on Article 24 of the Charter, which will contribute significantly to advancing environmental sustainability and compliance with Article 24 of the Charter on the African continent. I think in the interest of time, I will move to some of the highlights with respect to monitoring of human rights situations with respect to countries of responsibility during the intersession period. In the light of some of the issues that I have already referenced and with respect to protection activities undertaken, I invite you to make reference to the issues that are canvassed with respect to countries of responsibility, including Kenya, Nigeria, Seychelles, South Africa, and South Sudan. These are to be found from paragraphs 29 to paragraph 40. During the intersession period, I also continue to engage with the process of finalization of the study on the impact of climate change on human and people's rights and its preparation for presentation to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Accordingly, within the framework of the 87th ordinary session, during the closed session of the Commission, together with Professor Ademola Jagede, I presented the study for consideration and adoption by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and the Commission finalized the consideration of the report on 2 May 2026, and the finalization of the adoption is pending. In conclusion, and I will move to the recommendations part. Finally, from the monitoring work of the working group during the intersession period, we observe with concern the serious human rights issues associated with natural resources on the continent. And the first of these concerns, the recent announcement by the Democratic Republic of the Congo regarding the establishment of a paramilitary mining guard to secure extractive sites, which raises serious concern from the perspective of human and people's rights, environmental governance, and accountability within the extractive sector. The working group notes that while states have the sovereign responsibility to protect strategic national resources and address insecurity linked to illegal exploitation and armed conflict, the increasing militarization of mining operations risks exacerbating violence, intimidation, human rights violations against local communities, and environmental defenders as well as civil society actors, particularly in an already fragile and conflict-affected areas. We therefore caution that the establishment of such a paramilitary group is fully compliant with and is under the direct command and control authority of the state, for which the state takes full responsibility as far as human and people's rights are concerned. We also note with concern, in the context of the intersession period, incidents involving harassment of environmental and land rights advocates and defenders, as well as affected communities. These include the increase in the use of strategic lawsuit against public participation and other forms of intimidation targeting climate and environmental journalists in various parts of the continent. And we therefore call on states parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to avoid the instrumentalization of laws and judicial process for restricting the activism of environmental defenders and journalists who are covering and reporting on issues relating to the environment. It is also the observation of the working group that we remain concerned by the scale and nature of the environmental damage that the phenomena of Galamsey is resulting in Ghana and its emergence into a national human rights emergency. In this context, the working group is working on an advisory note addressed to Ghana, not only expressing concern and indicating its alarm at the scale of the crisis and its serious human and people's rights implications, but also calling for and identifying steps that are necessary both to rectify the governance gaps and lapses that precipitated the emergency and advance measures for the rehabilitation of both groups adversely impacted by the crisis and affected environment, drawing on the African Charter standards, including soft law instruments developed by the working group. There are recommendations that have been outlined in page 16, page 17 through page 20, addressed to African Union member states generally, as well as to specific countries, particularly in relation to the country of responsibility that I have. In the interest of time, I simply draw your attention to those recommendations and hand over the floor back to you, Chair, for any interactive engagement that may exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for your presentation. We will now open the floor in the event there are any requests for the floor following Commissioner Derso's sorry, technical problems from the booth. Commissioner Atem was
South Africa. You have the floor. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Commission for the comprehensive activity report. The report reflects commendable recommendations aimed at advancing our shared goals. The intersection of extractive industries with environmental and human rights protection remains a challenge in Africa. For far too long, the extraction of Africa's natural resources has come at a painful cost, often accompanied by unaddressed human rights violations and severe environmental degradation. It's for this reason that we welcome the important work of the Working Group on Extractive Industry, Environment and Human Rights, and express our appreciation for the recent Continental Forum that was held in Dakar, Senegal. We fully support the call to bring these unsustainable practices to an end. Since the global transition toward green technologies relies heavily on Africa's critical minerals, my delegation supports the call that this transition must not merely serve external industrial needs, but also serve local communities and uphold the fundamental rights guaranteed under Articles 21, 22, and 24 of the African Charter As global demand for critical minerals continue to rise, we look forward to deeper engagement in the next Keba Ndoye Continental Forum on Extractive Industries, aimed at empowering African states with the tools, knowledge, and strategies needed to leverage critical minerals. Chairperson, on South Africa's country report, we note with appreciation the acknowledgement of the work of the Madlanga Commission in the activity report, which is part of the ongoing Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. The Judicial Commission is currently preparing its second interim report, with public hearings scheduled to resume on 1st June 2026, and the Commission remains on track to submission of its final report and findings set for in August 2026. On the local leader of the Abahlali Basemjondolo, my delegation reiterates that the government received the Commission's communication addressed to President Ramaphosa concerning the tragic death of Mr. Zweli Khabazela Mkhize. The government of the Republic of South Africa takes these matters very serious. Hence, the national authorities are currently investigating the matter. A response in this regard will be formally transmitted to the Commission in due course. On the new wave of anti-immigrant violence, South Africa stands firmly by its commitment to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights to protect all people who reside within its territory. The government in this regard has openly condemned the recent attacks against illegal migrants and has rejected all forms of vigilant violence and called for the speedy investigation and arrest of anyone found to have committed these attacks and violence. While we acknowledge that irregular migration presents real and complex challenges for South Africa, including pressures on the immigration management systems, we reiterate our view that the continent's migration challenges need to shift from apportioning blame to practical solutions based on burden sharing. This challenge on our continent needs to be addressed not by pandering to short-term gains, but rather systemic patterns of change that address the root causes of irregular migration. In this regard, we reiterate our call for a special session to be convened with the aim of discussing the issue of migration in a holistic manner. Such a session will provide an opportunity for member states of the AU to deliberate frankly about the challenges facing transit and receiving states due to push and pull factors. The session will also devise strategies at regional and continental level that will ensure that sending states also take responsibility and accountability in addressing the long-term impact of irregular migration and in addressing the push factors. If the meeting will recall, the Assembly of the Heads of States in 2015 made a call for the convening of such special meeting on migration. In conclusion, Commissioners, the South African government looks forward to receiving an appeal letter or communication from this Commission requesting a detailed report on the issue of the allegations of xenophobia in South Africa and how the issue is being addressed prior to any possible action is taken by this Commission, as per the request by some NGOs that spoke in this session. This approach will reflect the spirit of constructive and rigorous engagement on this issue that is balanced and aimed at resolving human rights issues in Africa. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam. I can see that the delegation from Lesotho is requesting for the floor. You may have the floor, please.
extends its gratitude to Commissioner Solomon for his insightful and comprehensive report. Our intervention will focus on his activities undertaken as the chair of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations. Mr. Chair, guided by a profound sense of duty to Basotho people, Lesotho has undertaken significant legal, policy and institutional measures to mitigate the negative impact of extractive industries on human rights. We wish to underscore that the government holds our land and riches as a sacred trust. Pursuant to the 1993 Constitution and the Mining Act of 2005, all minerals and land rights vest in the Kingdom of Lesotho, ensuring that mining operations proceed only on concessions granted by the government, the guardian of our national heritage. Similarly, in our pursuit of justice, the government has ensured equity within our existing diamond mines, maintaining not less than 20% of shares on each operation. Furthermore, with a view to steward our resources wisely, the mining sector is guided by the Mining and Minerals Policy, utilizing a cadastral system to map our mineral wealth and geological data with precision. Our Constitution further enshrines the principle that major mining rights are reserved for our citizens and companies registered nationally, ensuring that the benefits of our soil remains first and foremost with our people. Mr. Chair, we stand on the solid foundation of legal and policy frameworks to which all extractive industries must dutifully comply. The Constitution of Lesotho proudly enshrines the Bill of Rights that is further strengthened by a myriad of enabling pieces of legislations, as well as administrative and institutional measures designed to ensure their true protection and due exercise. Yet, despite these earnest efforts, our country has not been immune to the challenges so eloquently alluded in the report of the Special Rapporteur. It is for this reason that we believe that there is an urgent need to develop a regional regulatory framework and a general comment from which our national jurisdictions can draw strength and inspiration. We would like to conclude by calling on all member states to look with compassion upon the disproportionate weight of the challenges exposed by the report of the Special Rapporteur, especially on minority groups, including women, ethnic minorities, and indigenous groups. It is our firm and genuine belief that through participatory process, we can draft a regulatory framework in a form of a general comment that can equally protect the rights of all. Let us strive for the future where the opportunities and proceeds emanating from the growing extractive operations of our continent are shared equally, bringing prosperity and dignity to every corner of our shared home. That is Africa. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for your statement. I can see that the delegation of Malawi requests the floor. I trust I'm not mistaken in reading your name. Is it Malawi? Malawi, are you asking for the floor?
Honorable Chairperson, the Malawi delegation congratulates Commissioner Solomon Ayele Deso, Chairperson of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights Violations in Africa for the comprehensive intersession report. The Malawi government continues to implement the provisions of the Mines and Minerals Act 2023, under which mining companies are mandated to conduct community engagement, under which they must develop and implement plans that promote sustainable development and enhance the welfare of local communities affected by their operations. The Act mandates holders of minerals tenements to compensate lawfully occupiers and landowners for any loss or damage incurred during the mining activities, thereby ensuring fair treatment for those impacted. Malawi requires companies to consider the effects of their operations on local communities and the environment, thus indirectly supporting human rights by safeguarding the livelihoods of affected individuals. Furthermore, the Act includes stipulations for employment and training plans, prioritizing local Malawian citizens for job opportunities, which promotes economic rights and empowers local populations, explicitly prohibits child labor, and discriminatory practices, aligning with international human rights standards, and provides mechanisms for individuals and communities to appeal decisions made by authorities, fostering transparency and accountability in the decision-making processes. The government ensures that mining companies are bound by and adhere to all applicable laws of Malawi through mining development agreements. The government established the Mining Regulatory Authority, which works closely with law enforcement agencies to ensure a coordinated effort in curbing illegal mining activities and ensuring that the benefits of mineral resources are realized legally and sustainably. The authority oversees the necessary licenses and permits required for legal mining operations, which helps to differentiate between lawful and unlawful activities. To enforce compliance with the established measures, designated authorities are empowered to conduct inspections and monitor mining activities, enabling them to take action against illegal operations effectively. Malawi continues to implement established penalties for illegal mining, including fines of up to 10 million Malawi kwacha and imprisonment of up to 5 years for individuals or directors of companies operating without the required licenses, serving as a strong deterrent against such practices. Nevertheless, cases of illegal mining activities continue to rise. The government is conducting awareness campaigns aimed at educating communities about the legal requirements for mining and the consequences of engaging in illegal activities. This educational approach promotes compliance and understanding of the laws in place. Furthermore, local communities are encouraged to play an active role in reporting illegal mining activities, fostering a sense of responsibility among residents to protect their natural resources. The artisanal and small-scale mining policy has been reviewed and updated to better address the authorities are formalizing legitimate artisanal miners by providing technical skills, environmental safety training, and direct access to state-backed markets like the Reserve Bank of Malawi and the Malawi Mining Investment Company. Many thanks to the Commissioner for his recommendations, and we affirm our commitment to uphold the human rights principles within the mining sector. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam, for the clarification that you have provided. It seems that there are no other government delegations who are requesting the floor. I have a list here of NGOs and NHRIs. We have Sahrawi, the National Commission. Do you have the floor?
Good afternoon. The National Commission of the Sahrawi Republic, the excellent work that has been done by the team chaired by Commissioner Derso. This report shows the importance between the use of the natural resources and the human rights and the deterioration of environment. The Sahrawi National Commissions want to raise the attention of the African Commission to the situation of the Sahrawi Republic, and particularly the occupied territories taken by Morocco, where many of the issues mentioned in the report this illegal use of the resources comes as a result of the agreement done by the Maghreb with third parties, which is illegal. The European Court of Justice in its second chamber has nullified these agreements in the agreement 725. So all these agreements between Morocco and the European Union are not applicable on the Sahrawi Republic, which agreements that not being done with the consent of the people. This is also a violation of the rights of the people of Sahrawi Republic and violation of the Vienna Convention of 1996 and the principle of sovereignty of the people on their resources, that is in the UN resolutions. The situation in the Sahrawi Republic also violates the Article 21 of the African Charter and Article 22 regarding the environment, as well as it is a serious violation of Article 20 with regard to the right to self-determination. Honorable Chair, this is not only a hindrance to the economic development of the Sahrawi people, but coincide with these many crimes that been committed by the occupying forces. And with regard to the report of Commissioner Derso, would like to propose for the African Commission the following: to condemn the exploitation of the resources of Sahrawi people. Number two, to consider the work done in the Sahrawi Republic as one of the items in the upcoming reports of the same reporter. We are ready to provide detailed information as well as specific details and express our readiness to work with Honorable Commissioner Derso. Mr. Chair, the Sahrawi people, like all African people, is aspiring to exercise its right on the natural resources in its territories, as it has been provided for in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and also in accordance with the international law with regard to the sovereignty of the people and their rights. I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention.
Thank you very much. There are no other requests for the floor. Commissioner Derso, yes, you have the floor to respond.
I would like to recognize with appreciation the feedback and intervention from states parties to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I think this kind of interaction helps us in being well informed and in having a very constructive engagement. Thank you to the representative of South Africa on expressing your support to the work of the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights, including the participation of South Africa during the Continental Forum, and your note on the importance of the work that is being done, including in relation to critical minerals, which are receiving increasing strategic importance. We also take note of the South Africa's call for investigating the situation relating to the death of the leader of the shack dwellers, that in respect of which myself and Commissioner Lumbu sent a letter of urgent appeal, and we look forward to receive official response from South Africa following the investigation that is currently being undertaken. But we appreciate the feedback that investigation is being carried out. We also welcome the commitment of South Africa expressed in your intervention to protect all who reside in South Africa, and also the call by South Africa for investigation into the violations that took place in the context of the current wave of attacks involving Africans from other African countries. The point around the need for addressing the challenge that irregular migration poses to various countries on the continent, including South Africa, is well noted, including your call for a special session on irregular migration and how all of us, that is states parties to the African Charter, need to address the situation of the challenge that it poses, and of course with all the understanding, with due recognition of the understanding that status of irregularity shouldn't be a basis for any violation being meted out against anybody. So we take note of all the interventions in that respect, and we look forward to engaging. I'm sure members of the Commission and the Chair of the Commission noted the call for a special session on irregular migration. I think it's something that we, working with the Special Rapporteur on migration, asylum seekers and refugees, and indeed the entire Commission, would need to engage and find ways of dedicating such a session that would help to address this issue affecting many Africans in various parts of the continent. I would like to also recognize the contribution from Lesotho, sharing the experience of Lesotho with respect to the state of legal and policy measures as it relates to the extractive industries, including the requirement for 20% of share being allocated to nationals of Lesotho in respect of the diamond sector, and the challenge that have been highlighted in my report being challenge that you recognize and you also deal with and wrestle with, and your call particularly on the Commission to push for the adoption of a regional regulatory framework is well noted, and there has already been a resolution that has been adopted by the Commission for the development of such a regional instrument, and your call for it actually reinforces the work that had already been that had already started by the Commission. Thank you also to Malawi for sharing with us the legal regime that is currently in place, the Mines and Minerals Act of 2023, and what the Act actually addresses in its content, the existence of an authority that enforces certain standards, including through monitoring and inspection, the imposition of penalties for illegal mining, but also the continuing challenge of illegal mining that is affecting Malawi as well, and the measures that are being taken through awareness creation and regularization of illegal mining. Thank you for your input in that respect and your kind response to my intercession activity report. I also thank the National Commission of Human Rights of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. We note the submission made in your intervention regarding agreements relating to resources in the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, the impact of the extraction of resources in the Sahara Arab Republic and its compliance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, notably Article 21 and 24 of the Charter, and concerns raised in your intervention and your appeal to the Commission to also engage in respect of the issues that you have raised that they are also well noted. I would conclude by thanking each and every one of you for your kind attention, and also urging those of you who made the intervention to share your intervention with the Secretariat so that we are able to take the issues that you have raised forward. Thank you once again. Back to you, Chair.
Merci.
Thank you so much for the interactive, Honorable Derso, and thank you to all those who participated. Before we adjourn our session, I would like to give the floor back to the Chair and the Secretariat for any announcements. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Vice Chair and Chair of the session. Thank you very much to all the participants who have participated in the interactive dialogue following the presentation of the report. We've come to the end of our workday. May I give the floor now to the Secretary?
This is Kademi.
Tomorrow's agenda. Following Kenya's responses, we will hear from Uganda for their statement We have received requests for the floor from civil society organizations, and we will give them the floor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, distinguished participants. The agenda for tomorrow, day 9, which is the last day for the substantive deliberations of the Commission, would be as follows. We would start with the presentation of the responses of the delegation of Kenya to the state questions posed to the state report on the State Republic on the state report of the Republic of Kenya, and this will take place between 9 and 10:30 a.m. Thereafter, the Commission will take the situation of human rights in Africa, declarations under item number 4, and after that, the Commission would retreat into a private session until the end of the day to consider and adopt documents emanating from this session. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, STC. We have no other item on the agenda. The session is adjourned. We wish you all a pleasant evening.